Chapter 216. Sanguinary Tempest had cut the leopard demon god from his right shoulder blade all the way to his ribs. Although the cut was not deep, it had truly injured his body. Furthermore, after Sanguinary Tempest was stained by his demon god blood, there was a sudden change. The originally blood-red luster suddenly shone with an orange-red radiance. This terrifying slaughtering weapon had actually evolved at this time. The stronger cutting force caused flesh and blood to splatter on Ozzy's back as Sanguinary Tempest swept past. The tyrannical killing intent invaded his body, further affecting his speed. Wang Yuanyuan was also pleasantly surprised. Ozzy had already forcefully shifted his position and was frantically attacking Long Haochen's shield wall. She could not help but take a look at her Sanguinary Tempest. She was shocked to find that the orange-red luster on Sanguinary Tempest was spreading to the entire sawtooth blade at an astonishing speed. An unparalleled, murderous aura burst forth. Yes, Sanguinary Tempest had evolved. This was originally a slaughtering blade, and in the Sacred War it had already experienced the baptism of countless battles and blood. It had been stained with too much blood. As a result, Sanguinary Tempest itself had long since turned blood-red, and today it had been stained with the demon god's blood in his demon god form, and had finally become the last straw that tipped the scales. This slaughtering weapon had evolved to an even more terrifying realm. The leopard demon god Ozzy had barely dodged Wang Yuanyuan's attack from the side and continued to attack Long Haochen, but two thick shields had taken advantage of the moment of delay to hit him at the same time. It was Han Yu and Zhang Fangfang. However, the leopard demon god was a Type 9 powerhouse after all. Although they had hit him, the ones who were sent flying were Han Yu and Zhang Fangfang. Han Yu was in a slightly better state. He had the life-sharing soul chain, so even though he was sent flying, he was still in a better state. Although his body was sent flying, his entire body was emitting a strong golden light, and with the recovery of Light's blessing, his injuries were minor. Zhang Fangfang, on the other hand, was sent flying a little further, but his cultivation was much more stable than Han Yu's. His body curled up as much as possible. Although he had spat out a mouthful of blood, his injuries were not serious. Their obstruction had bought time for the other person. The huge metal ball suddenly arrived, and thousands of purple lightning bolts shrouded Osai's body. Othello shouted, and the dark red flames rose even more violently, forcibly dispelling all of the purple lightning attacks. But there was one thing he couldn't resolve. That was one of the characteristics of lightning: absorption. At the same time that the purple lightning was dissolved, they also pulled a huge golden ball of light and caught up to Ozzy's body. Other felt a strong threat and could only raise his right arm to block the metal ball's attack. His thick arm came into contact with the metal ball, and immediately after, he felt a terrifying explosive force coming from within the metal ball. The rest of the Glimmer of Light monster hunters could clearly see that Othello's body had actually turned into a purple crystal color. He, who had been extremely fast previously, actually froze in mid-air. The metal ball on his body had also turned into a purple crystal color. A loud rumbling sound actually came from Othello's body. Without a doubt, this metal ball was Sima Xian's vigorous ball of light. Although it was the first time that they had seen such terrifying power, they had worked together for so many years. How could they let go of such an opportunity? Han Yu and Zhang Fangfang had been sent flying, but the rest were still there. Wang Yuanyuan immediately waved her newly evolved Sanguinary Storm and charged forward. At the same time, a gray, crystal-like radiance appeared behind the panther demon god. Kai Er, who had been hiding at the side, had finally made her move. Kai Er had already grasped the true essence of being an assassin. When facing a strong enemy, she would definitely not make a move, but once she did, it would definitely be earth-shattering. She hid in the shadows. Other than looking for an opportunity, she was also accumulating power. An assassin's accumulation was not as obvious as the knight's, but the explosion after accumulation was even more terrifying. Wang Yuanyuan was not willing to fall behind, and the orange-red radiance on Sanguinary Storm suddenly retracted. Even the baleful blood chi around her retracted. If one were to look closely, they would realize that, at this moment, there was actually a ripple of light circulating around Sanguinary Storm. The baleful blood chi had actually materialized and was used by Wang Yuan in her attacks. Just like how Long Haochen was not an ordinary Type 8 expert, his companions were similarly not ordinary Type 7 experts. Kai, Ur's scythe of the god of death, was the first to cut into that purple lightning. That purple lightning didn't recognize people, but Kai Ur's scythe of the god of death seemed to be insulated from it, and wasn't affected at all. Death God 7 Ultimates. First Ultimate. Death's Demise. With a flash of gray, as though nothing had happened, Kai Ur's body had already swept to the side. As for the second to hit the Panther Demon God, it was not Wang Yuan, but a strange, dark blue flame. The flame turned into a straight line and instantly pierced the purple body, seemingly hitting at the same time as Death's Demise. The difference between the two was only a few millimeters, just that the positions were different. Next was Wang Yuan's Sanguinary Storm and a golden blade covered in orange-red light. In such a situation, how could Long Haochen be absent? It wasn't like he only knew how to defend. Poof! Poof! Purple light burst forth, accompanied by a violent explosion, and Wang Yuan only felt a powerful explosive force coming from Sanguine Tempest. In an instant she was blown away. Her body was numb, and she was somewhat unable to control it. Purple lightning coiled around her delicate body. She was actually affected by the residual power of the purple lightning. Fortunately, Zhang Fangfang rushed over from behind and caught her body. Ah. Several terrifying wounds interweaved on his body. The most fatal attack was still the grim Reaper Scythe strike. It had almost flung his entire back apart, and even his neck had been cut in half. There was a small charred hole on his chest, and the inside of the hole was also charred black. Sima Xian stumbled a few steps back and fell on his butt. Both him and the vigor pill of light in his hand had lost its luster. Fortunately, Han Yu's light's protection was not over yet. He quickly rushed to his side, supported him, and used light's protection to help him recover. At this time, the life-sharing effect of the soul chain was displayed. Although everyone was more or less eroded by the recoil, they bore the damage together. Bang! Othar knelt on one knee. There was no blood flowing out of his body, but his huge body was constantly trembling, and it was rapidly shrinking. After being severely injured, he could no longer maintain his demon god state. Not to mention him, even the Light of Dawn monster hunters did not expect that they could launch such a joint attack on the leopard demon god Othar. Long Haochen's aria of the goddess of light, Kai, Ur's death of the seven absolutes, Wang Yuan's sanguine storm, and Lin Xian's Vulcan's finger and Hellfire needle. The four's powerful attacks were too destructive in the short time that Sima Xian's vigor pill of light was restricting Othar. Apart from Lin Xian, their weapons were all epic grade. Even Lin Xian had the boost from the Blue Fire Phoenix spiritual stove. Chening, Ur's magic was already completed. A large number of magical beasts cooperated with Hao Yue's 6 tyrannical magic to suppress the leopard demon god outside the hall. At this time, no one could help the leopard demon god. He could only bear everything by himself. However, at this time, a terrifying desolate aura suddenly emitted from the leopard demon god Othar's body, and his aura instantly soared. Around his body, a dark red whirlpool of flames rose, spreading wildly in all directions. Careful, demon disintegration. Long Haochen shouted, and immediately raised the sun-moon divine snail shield and rushed forward. He was the leader, and at this time he was duty-bound. The saint's spiritual stove did not hesitate to use it again, increasing the attractive effect. When the dark red flames rushed out, Long Haochen knew that it was impossible to stop Othar from using the demon disintegration. The leopard demon god was different from the snake demon god. Snake demon god Andamari was only at the peak of the 8th step and had not reached the 9th step, but the leopard demon god was a true 9th step powerhouse. One could see that in the instant he used the sky demon disintegration technique, a dark red light shot out from behind, passing through the hall and entering his body. That was the amplification from the demon god pillars. The last 12 demon god pillars of the 9th step were worlds apart from the other demon gods. Therefore, when Long Houchin defeated the demon god Clausel, it was largely because Clausel did not have any demon god pillars by his side. The stronger the demon god, the greater the amplification effect of their demon god pillars. Long Houchin's expression was extremely solemn. Their combined attack just now could be said to have exceeded their usual standards, but they still could not completely kill the leopard demon god, who did not specialize in defensive power. The 72 demon god pillars of the demons were indeed too powerful. If there were 2 demon gods here, then the ones who would fail today would definitely be them. Even now, it was not easy to block the terrifying backlash of the leopard demon god Other before his death. At the very least, it would be difficult to escape unscathed. That was why Long Houchin rushed forward without a care, to buy time for his companions to leave the battlefield. No matter how powerful the demon disintegration technique was, it was the final ability of the demon god burning his life. With Other's current physical condition, he would definitely die after using the demon disintegration technique. From the first battle with the demon god until now, Long Houchin and his companions had never resisted the demon god's demon disintegration technique. Therefore, they did not know to what extent the amplification of the demon disintegration technique could be achieved. However, since this was the demon god's last resort, the backlash before his death would definitely not be easy to deal with. Moreover, Long Houchin could completely guess Other's thoughts, other than using the demon disintegration technique to inflict heavy damage on his side. His other motive was to ensure that his demon god crown could escape and not let his godly position be lost. Long Houchin was a little regretful. He knew that he had made a mistake. One was that he had underestimated his companions, and the other was that he had been too confident and did not plan a sufficient escape route. If they had planned their escape route before the battle, they could have gathered together and activated the eternal melody to teleport. They could have teleported back after the power of the demon disintegration technique ended. They did not need to withstand the leopard demon god Other's final attack at all. As for his demon god's crown escaping, let him escape. With Hao Yue around to destroy his demon god pillar, what was the use of the demon god crown escaping? However, it was too late for regrets now. His companions were scattered, and he was quite far away from Chun Inger and Lin Xan. It was impossible to teleport everyone away at once. Therefore, no matter what, he had to use his own strength to block Other's final attack. Roar! As he roared, the heavily injured Other changed. The dark red vortex around his body converged at an alarming speed. Other, who was originally in human form, had turned into a giant dark red leopard that was more than 5 meters long. His aura was so strong that it was even more terrifying than when he had transformed into a demon. Long Houchin had been maintaining the divine artifact Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield, and he had used up a lot of his spiritual power. Could he still deal with the leopard demon god in this state? He had vaguely understood the true meaning of the demon's demon disintegration technique. Giving up on the physical body, activating the demonic nature of the origin, and releasing the power of the origin for the final combustion. This attack was not easy to block. Just as Long Houchin was ready to receive the final attack of the leopard demon god after the demon disintegration technique, a deafening roar suddenly sounded behind him. Then, Long Houchin's body was covered by a thick layer of purple. The golden foundation armor on his body was instantly dyed with a layer of purple gold. The purple halo that came from behind not only covered Long Houchin's body, but also the huge body of the leopard demon god Other. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared. Other's body, which was burning with dark red flames, stiffened instantly. Then, one could see that the dark red flames on his body were quickly extinguished, as if a large basin of ice water had been poured over it. This sudden change was too strange. Long Houchen watched as the incomparably strong body of the leopard demon god went from existence to nothing in an instant and finally turned into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated. A dark, red demon god's crown panicked and wanted to rush out of the tight encirclement. However, as soon as it was covered by the purple halo, it instantly lost all its vitality and fell to the ground with a crisp clang. The members of the bright glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad were all dumbstruck. How did this trick work? It was just that in an instant, the leopard demon god, who was so strong just a moment ago, was killed just like that. They looked at the emitter of the purple halo at the same time. Hao Yue's 6 large heads were raised high, and his 6 pairs of eyes had turned completely purple. He was so arrogant, as if he was looking down on all living things. Xiao opened his mouth and inhaled. The demon god's crown immediately flew towards him and was directly swallowed into his stomach. Wang Yuan murmured, "I finally understand why the demon emperor wanted to start a holy war for Boss. Hao Yue is indeed the nemesis of demons. He can even break through the demon god's great demon disintegration technique." Long Houchen was also shocked. Of course, he knew that Hao Yue had a strong restraining ability against demons, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. However, as the leader, he obviously couldn't just stand there and stare blankly. All of you, returned to Hao Yue's back. Although they were strong, there were only 8 of them. There were tens of thousands of leopard demons outside, and they could easily exhaust them to death. Of course, that was only if they were willing to stay and fight. As Long Houchen spoke, he had already flashed to Sima Xian's side, grabbed him by his armor, and lifted him up. The 4 wings on his back flapped, and he flashed back to Hao Yue's back. The others also returned. At this moment, a strange scene was happening around Hao Yue's body. The 18 living spirit gates were flashing rapidly. Every time they swallowed, 18 demons would rush out and fight against the leopard demons. Although the hall was spacious, it seemed narrow in the face of this level of battle. At least no leopard demons could rush over to stop them, especially the leopard demons who were already in the hall. Seeing that the leopard demon god Othello was killed, their morale immediately dropped. They were forcefully pushed out of the hall by the demons. Chen Ying ordered the demons to guard all the exits. At this moment, she was still carrying Medul in her arms. Medul was her last hope. Hao Yue, let's go look for the demon god pillars. When the last of his companions got on Hao Yue's back, Long Houchen immediately shouted, ordering Hao Yue to move. Hao Yue's 6 big heads were obviously excited, and they rushed forward arrogantly. Little light, little fire, little green, little blue, little purple, and little yellow all blasted their magic forward at the same time. They forcefully opened up a path in the hall. They led Long Houchen and the others towards the backyard of the leopard demon palace. Inside the demons, Long Houchen no longer had any misgivings. Not only did they want to kill the demon god, but they also wanted to shake the foundation of the demons. Every time they lost a demon god pillar, the foundation of the demons would be shaken a little. If they could destroy all the demon god pillars one day, then the demons would probably cease to exist. Thinking of this, the members of the bright glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad clearly showed intense excitement in their eyes. 1 leopard demon god wasn't much, but it was still a good start. Under Hao Yue's rampage, they forcefully broke through the hall and rushed out. The leopard demons were rushing through the hall from other entrances, and there weren't many leopard demons behind them. Hao Yue seemed to be able to sense the specific location of the demon god pillars. After breaking through 2 more buildings, he brazenly rushed to the backyard. At this moment, 2 streaks of yellow light attacked from both sides like lightning. They were directed at Hao Yue. Long Houchen was fully focused and on his guard. He didn't even need to use his eyes to determine who these 2 enemies were. With his spiritual detection, he could accurately sense the strength of their spiritual power. Without a doubt, these were two golden leopard demons. There was no need for Long Houchen to make a move. The two guardian night demons behind him had already rushed out. Han Yu pounced towards the golden leopard demon on the left. His speed couldn't compare to the golden leopard demon. But as a knight, he also had his own mounts. Although he couldn't ride them, a layer of distorted light spread out in the shape of a fan and struck the golden leopard demon's body. Suddenly, the golden leopard demon's body turned sluggish. It didn't seem to slow down, but it seemed a little stiff. Han Yu pointed the scarlet berserk sword in his hand forward. Suddenly, a golden light emitted from his sword. Strangely, after this sword light was released, it spread out in a fan shape and accurately enveloped the golden leopard devil. One could clearly see that the darkness aura on the golden leopard demon's body dimmed after it was covered by this layer of golden light. This is Elemental Annihilation Halo. Han Yu had actually reduced the radius of this halo, but he had strengthened its effects. Long Houchen wasn't the only genius. Everyone in the light of dawn was a genius. A powerful distorted wave of light shot out and struck the golden leopard demon's body. This was the full strength of the Evil Eye Lord. It hadn't been summoned by Han Yu during today's battle. It was only now that it unleashed its might. The spiritual wings on Han Yu's back flapped, and the wild scarlet blood soared chased after the golden leopard demon. With his cultivation and the cooperation of the Evil Eye Lord, dealing with a golden leopard demon wasn't a problem. Moreover, he had the upper hand. On the other side, Zhang Fangfang pounced out. His body was already shining with golden light in the air. His equipment wasn't as good as the rest of the Light of Dawn monster hunters, but he had participated in more battles than anyone else present. To be able to become the leader of a monster hunters team and grow to the 7th rank, how could his ability be inferior to others? His cultivation was the same as Wang Yuanyuan's 7th rank 5. The only difference was that he was slightly inferior to Wang Yuanyuan in terms of quantity. This was because he had been fending off enemies for Wang Yuanyuan in the Holy War. Wang Yuanyuan, who had let go of her killing, had more opportunities to comprehend than him. However, that didn't mean that Zhang Fangfang's comprehension was inferior to hers. Ever since he joined the Light of Dawn monster hunters, Zhang Fangfang often asked Long Houchen for guidance. With Long Houchen's guidance, his cultivation had improved rapidly recently. As he pounced out, a golden light shone beneath him. A 6-legged flying horse quietly appeared and carried his body. The 6-legged flying horse's body suddenly erupted with a fiery radiance that was as bright as the sun. Zhang Fangfang slashed forward with the heavy sword in his right hand. His right arm instantly turned bright gold. It was the glorious body. Light and flames instantly fused into one in the air, forming a huge flaming blade that slashed towards the golden leopard demon. At the same time, Zhang Fangfang's other hand still had the strength to summon a shield wall to protect Haiyue's flank. The golden leopard demon was, after all, a Type 8 powerhouse. Facing the flaming blade, its body twisted strangely, and it immediately changed direction, continuing to pounce towards Haiyue. A pair of sharp claws slammed into Zhang Fangfang's shield wall. A Type 7 versus a Type 8. Without the absolute advantage of equipment, it was almost impossible to defend against it. This was the situation now. The shield wall crumbled, but it still managed to block the golden leopard demon. Just as the golden leopard demon was about to continue attacking, it suddenly felt its body heat up, and it subconsciously turned around. What he saw was countless golden red flames sweeping towards him from all directions, forcefully enveloping his body. These golden red flames were the result of Zhang Fangfang's flaming blade. This was his self-created skill, Holy Flame Cage. Zhang Fangfang's mount was of the fire attribute. Although he could also unleash the flames of light, it took time to condense them. To be able to fuse the flames of his mount with his own light This required him to have a shocking degree of compatibility with his mount. At the same time, he also needed to have incredible control. The gold leopard demon immediately let out a miserable shriek. The powerful combination of light and fire elemental energy produced an extremely strong burning and corrosive effect on the gold leopard demon. Zhang Fangfang raised the heavy sword in his right hand, and a faint red light flashed across his body. Spirit burning. Immediately afterward, a holy white light shot out from the tip of his heavy sword and struck the golden leopard demon, who was temporarily restrained by the holy fire cage. With a loud explosion, the golden leopard demon was sent flying back to the ground, its entire body still burning with golden red flames. Its body trembled violently. Light of Judgment. This was a Tier 8 single-target knight skill that could be learned by both the Guardian Knight and the Disciplined Knight. Light of Judgment's offensive power wasn't particularly strong. At the very least, it wasn't considered very strong among Tier 8 light-type spells. However, Light of Judgment possessed a powerful purification effect. In other words, if the enemy was of the darkness attribute, then Light of Judgment would be extremely powerful. If it wasn't of the darkness attribute, then it would be much weaker. Zhang Fangfang had relied on his spirit burning realm to activate Light of Judgment. At the same time, another figure appeared behind him. If he had been paying close attention from the start of the battle, he would have discovered that this figure had already appeared behind him as soon as he had mounted his six-legged flying horse. However, because it was sticking close to Zhang Fangfang's back, the golden leopard demon hadn't been able to see it. Light of Judgment was in Tier 8 skill, even with the spirit burning realm. Zhang Fangfang couldn't possibly cast it instantly. The chanting of the incantation was done by the figure behind him. This was another version of Zhang Fangfang that was separated from his unique second life, spiritual stove. The spiritual stove didn't have any equipment, but it had 80% of Zhang Fangfang's strength. With his current cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to complete the incantation. However, after years of bitter cultivation and battle, Zhang Fangfang had already evolved this spiritual stove once. Not only did it allow the clone to have 90% of his own strength, but it could also instantly link the spiritual energy of the two clones when he was at the spirit burning realm. This allowed his cultivation base to rise to the peak of the 7th stage in a short period of time. When combined with the fact that he had instantly reached the spirit burning realm, Light of Judgment naturally appeared. More importantly, when the sacred flame cage was struck by the Light of Judgment, the sacred flame cage also changed and became the sacred flame judgment. Holy Flame Judgment was also a Tier 8 knight skill, but it was a Tier 8 punishment knight skill. Out of all of the punishment knights ranged single target attacks, Holy Flame Judgment was one of the most powerful. The entire battle had been completed in an extremely short period of time. Even the strongest knight, Long Haochen, couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw this. Zhang Fangfang's series of attacks could be described with the word amazing. It seemed simple, but in reality it was a perfect fusion of intelligence and strength. By relying on his Tier 5 or Tier 6 cultivation base, he was able to unleash Holy Flame Judgment, a skill that even a Saint Knight might not necessarily be able to use. His understanding of the knight's skills had already reached a level of perfection. Without question, Zhang Fangfang and Long Haochen walked different paths. Long Haochen focused more on improving himself and his own abilities. On the other hand, Zhang Fangfang relied on comprehending the knight skills and performing them in his own way to obtain great strength. The six-legged Pegasus carried two Zhang Fangfangs and charged down towards the Golden Panther demon below. The Golden Panther demon that had been struck by Holy Flame Judgment was no match for him. Without a doubt, Zhang Fangfang had used his full strength to gain an overwhelming advantage over the Tier 8 demon in such a short period of time. There were other members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters, so he didn't have to go all out. However, he had to prove himself. He had to prove that he was useful to the team. Although he had a relationship with Wang Yuanyuan, as a knight, how could he rely on his connections to stay in such a team? He had to prove to the members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters that he had the strength to stay in the team. During the 2 years of the Holy War, he hadn't improved much, but that didn't mean that he didn't have potential. Recently, he had been accumulating strength, and his strength was increasing at an alarming rate. With Hanyu and Zhang Fong blocking 2 Tier 8 Golden Panther demons, Haiyue didn't have any more obstacles in front of him. When he rushed into a huge hall again, a tall and straight demon god pillar appeared in front of everyone. The demon god pillar was thick, but not slender. It was only a dozen meters tall, not even reaching the top of the hall. However, its cross-section was at least 3 meters in diameter. The luster on the dark, red demon god pillar had dimmed, but the leopard patterns on it could still be vaguely seen. Haiyue, it's up to you now. Long Haochen and his companions jumped down from Haiyue's back. Without needing his orders, everyone had already blocked the path behind them. Seeing the demon god pillar, Haiyue's gaze instantly became excited, and an indescribable emotion burst forth from his body. There was excitement, pain, sadness, and even more resentment. The 6 heads roared at the sky, and Haiyue's body seemed to be ignited. The amethyst scales emitted a dazzling amethyst light, and layers of purple were constantly released from his body. Although the purple light was not targeted at the monster hunters from the glimmer of light of dawn. However, apart from Long Haochen, everyone else felt a chill run down their spines. They couldn't help but activate their spiritual energy to resist. Perhaps it felt Haiyue's aura. The Panther Demon God's 57th Demon God pillar suddenly lit up. The intense dark red light spread out like a halo. Long Haochen, who was standing beside Haiyue, felt that the Demon God pillar seemed to have come to life, and the tyrannical and sharp aura instantly increased. However, behind this fierceness, there was a faint feeling of being tough in appearance. Was it afraid? The dark red light immediately dissipated when it came into contact with the purple light on Haiyue's body. At this moment, the eyes of Haiyue's 6 heads had become crystal clear purple again. Its 2 front claws grabbed the ground forcefully, and Haiyue let out a low roar continuously. Demon God Pillar, another demon god pillar appeared in front of it. Haiyue's angry roar lasted for a long time. It was filled with endless anger. Long Haochen's eyes had also turned purple at some point in time, and on his forehead, 9 purple runes of light slowly appeared. The surface of his skin, which was hidden under the golden foundation armor, had already rippled with a layer of purple gold luster. As Haiyue's angry roar intensified, Long Haochen was shocked to find that he actually felt a surge of power, and the spiritual energy in his body seemed to be burning. Even the spiritual light emitted by the golden foundation armor on his body had completely turned purple gold. Such a strong aura. After Haiyue had 6 heads, there seemed to be a qualitative change. It was not as simple as advancing from rank 7 to rank 8. Elementary rank 8 cultivation? No, it was impossible. The power hidden in Haiyue's bloodline was too terrifying. It was because he had a part of Haiyue's bloodline that Long Haochen could feel it more clearly. Back then, he used his own blood to change Haiyue's attribute on the night Holy Mountain. When Haiyue survived, he used his own blood to feed Long Haochen. Because of this, they established a close relationship like the blood contract. Long Haochen's advancement would promote the advancement of Haiyue's cultivation. On the other hand, every time Haiyue evolved, Long Haochen would also benefit greatly. Previously, when he destroyed Snake Demon God Andamari's Demon God pillars, Haiyue still had 5 heads, and his condition was similar to now. But without a doubt, this time, Haiyue had become even stronger. The purple halo became stronger and stronger, and actually suppressed the light of the leopard demon god's demon god pillars, causing the aura of fear to become more and more obvious. Layers of strange light patterns continued to spread from the demon god pillars, and then shot into the sky. Long Houchin's heart moved. Was this the leopard demon god pillars, asking for help from the other demon god pillars? At this moment, he suddenly had a thought from Haoyue. What, you want me to do it? Long Houchin looked at Haoyue in shock. Haoyue's 6 heads also looked at him at the same time, and under the deep gaze of all 12 eyes, they all nodded at him. All right. Long Houchin understood that Haoyue must have his reasons for asking him to do this. In a flash, Long Houchin had already floated out, and the 4 spirit wings on his back spread out. At this moment, Haoyue's 6 heads shone brightly at the same time, and all of them opened their mouths, spitting out intense purple light, which was injected into Long Houchin's body from behind. Long Houchin's body trembled. At that moment, he suddenly felt that he had changed, and he seemed to no longer be a human. An indescribable majesty burst out from his body. At this moment, Long Houchin only felt that his thoughts and senses were strengthened 100 times. In his spiritual consciousness, it was as if he had returned to the black and red world that Haoyue belonged to. His thoughts and vision were limitless, and it was a feeling of looking down on all living things, as if he was high and mighty. It was as if he could destroy everything with a raise of his hand. Chapter 217. Long Houchin finally understood what that purple color was at this moment. That was the will of destruction. If his light element was already the purest in the holy demon continent, then this aura of destruction from Haoyue was the highest existence of all the will of destruction. Is destruction an attribute? Long Houchin wasn't sure, but he absolutely understood that this aura of destruction was by no means comparable to any attribute he knew. The other monster hunters of the light of dawn were also watching Long Houchin, and their feelings were different again. When Long Houchin's body was illuminated by the 6 rays of purple light spat out by the bright moon, his whole body exuded an indescribable purple-gold brilliance. That majesty was like a god floating in front of his believers, like a king standing proudly above his subjects. Within this dignity, there was also unparalleled arrogance and power. At this moment, everything about Long Houchin turned purple gold, but it was different from the purple gold color that Haoyue and his body had fused. This purple gold color belonged entirely to him, whether it was spiritual power or spiritual wings. Long Houchin could feel that he was only at the beginning of this pure and terrifying will of destruction. But even so, he found that his power seemed to have become different. What made him a little afraid was that the light element in his body was not the purple gold color produced by the fusion of this will of destruction. Instead, it was produced after being completely enveloped by the will of destruction. The light element attribute of the blessed of the goddess of light, the Son of Light, did not even struggle. What kind of level was this destructive will at? Perhaps it was not real spiritual power, like a physical attack, at least not yet. However, its existence possessed a supreme might. The demon emperor coercion was more substantial, but Long Houchin faintly felt that even the demon emperor might not have the upper hand against this will of destruction. Of course, this was only a comparison of the level of the will. The aria of the goddess of light had already appeared in Long Houchin's hands, and the purple gold sword light was flickering. The body of the sword let out a slight, buzzing sound. Every time Long Houchin used the aria of the goddess of light in battle, he could clearly feel the excitement of the divine sword during battle. But at this moment, when the will of destruction was injected, Long Houchin was surprised to find that the aria of the goddess of light was no longer buzzing excitedly, but trembling. The purplish gold sword light did not belong to the level of a divine artifact, but it seemed to have a special characteristic, a characteristic of destruction, which completely suppressed the special characteristic of the demon god pillar. Ah! Long Houchin roared, raising the aria of the goddess of light high above his head. In an instant, a strong purplish gold light burst forth from his body, and the purple intent that Haoyue had injected into him also stopped. In the next instant, Long Houchin felt the blood in his body boiling, as if something had produced a miraculous fusion. The terrifying sword intent caused a strange shadow to appear behind Long Houchen. That shadow was actually himself, but it had a pair of eyes that were completely different from his. It was a pair of eyes filled with coldness, with an evil charm within the coldness, as well as endless arrogance and nobility that looked down on all living beings. Break! The aria of the goddess of light slashed forward, and with that resplendent and magnificent purplish gold sword light, it brazenly slashed onto the demon god pillar of the leopard demon god. Puff! The blade sank into the demon god pillar all the way to the hilt. It was also at this moment that the illusory figure behind Long Houchen quietly disappeared, as if it had completely fused with his body. An unprecedented sense of power burst forth from within Long Houchen's body. He felt as if his entire body was on fire, and he roared again, "Ah, ah, ah, ah!" The purplish gold color rapidly spread, and the 57th demon god pillar of the demons that was originally dark red quickly became the same color. In the next moment, cracks began to appear from the place where the aria of the goddess of light slashed, and they spread in all directions. The 12 eyes on Haiyue's 6 heads were all staring at Long Houchen, and their eyes revealed the light of hope. At this moment, Long Houchen clearly felt a strange power flowing into his body through the aria of the goddess of light. This power instantly fused with his own power, and in just an instant, the fusion that he had felt before appeared. The purplish gold light on his body also became faintly discernible. Boom! The demon god pillar collapsed and turned into countless purplish gold lights that scattered in all directions. However, it didn't seem to have a physical body, and only a terrifying wave of spiritual power swept in all directions. Haiyue roared again, and the purple intent reappeared. The spiritual power that appeared after the demon god pillar's destruction was immediately suppressed, and Long Houchen also fell from the sky. Haiyue turned back to look at the people from the glimmer of light and roared at them. At the same time, Light's head lit up with a golden light, and it swept up the falling Long Houchen and pulled him onto its back. The people from the glimmer of light monster hunters didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly returned to Haiyue's back. Haiyue raised its head and roared, and 6 breaths shot out, brazenly bombarding the roof of the hall. Its 4 limbs landed on the ground, and its huge wings spread out, and it had already taken everyone into the sky. Just as valiantly as when it came, it forcibly broke through the shackles of the hall's roof and rushed high into the sky. Amidst the roars of countless leopard demons, they flew into the distance. Long Houchen was lying on Haiyue's back, as if he had lost his consciousness, but his right hand was still tightly holding the aria of the goddess of light. His body was faintly discernible with a purplish gold light. Kai hurriedly went over to help him up, but Light suddenly turned its head and roared at Kai. "You don't want me to touch him?" Kai asked doubtfully. Light nodded at her and then turned around again. Its huge wings suddenly flapped, and its speed suddenly increased, and it flew into the distance. Kai naturally understood the feelings between Long Houchen and Haiyue. Previously, it was Haiyue who asked him to destroy the demon god pillar, so it clearly had its own intentions. It definitely wouldn't harm Long Houchen. Everyone had experienced countless battles. Although the battle just now had made them emotional, they all clearly knew what was the most important thing right now. They all sat cross-legged on Haiyue's back and did their best to recover their spiritual energy, in order to be able to adapt at any time. Although the demon army had been attracted to the front lines by the Holy War, this was still the territory of the demons, and they could encounter the demon army again at any time. The purplish gold light on Long Houchen's body continued to flicker, but in reality, he hadn't lost his consciousness. What he had lost was control over his body. He only felt that his body had undergone some strange changes and was changing. This change wasn't due to his spiritual energy, because after he destroyed the demon god pillar, his spiritual energy had already regained its light attribute. Could this be the next step of my bloodline fusion with Haoyue? Long Haochen thought to himself. What he could do now was to relax his body and mind and let this fusion continue naturally. But what he didn't understand was why this fusion happened after he seemed to have obtained a portion of the demon god pillar's power. This time, Haoyue's flight was very long. He flew towards the south, and after a full 4 hours, he slowly landed in a valley. After floating down, Haoyue's broad back suddenly shook, and the violent vibration immediately shook everyone off his back. He didn't even look at the light of dawn monster hunters, and Little Light had already released another golden light to sweep up Long Haochen's body. Then he carefully let it land on the ground in front of him. 6 big heads surrounded Long Haochen, and if one looked carefully, they would find that each of the 6 big heads' eyes revealed a worried look. Who knew what they were worried about? Especially Little Light, its emotions seemed a little unstable, and it was still letting out low whimpers. Time passed by, and after a full 6 hours, the purplish gold color on Long Haochen's body finally faded completely, and everything seemed to have returned to normal. Because of the protection of Haoyue's 6 big heads, no one from the light of dawn monster hunters could get close to him, let alone know about his situation. The most anxious one was naturally Kai. If she wasn't sure that Haoyue wouldn't harm Long Haochen, she would have already rushed over by force. Long Haochen let out a light snort and turned over to sit up. However, the first thing he did was to stare blankly at Haoyue, and his eyes were full of confusion. For the past few hours, he could be said to be completely unaware of the changes in his body. At this moment, he only felt that everything had returned to normal, and he was still himself, and his spiritual power was still the same. It wasn't strengthened nor weakened. It was as if nothing had changed. But in his subconsciousness, he was deeply aware that something must have changed in his body. Moreover, this change was closely related to Haoyue and should be a very good change. Haoyue, what's wrong with me? Long Haochen asked doubtfully. Haoyue gently shook his head, and the 6 big heads, shook together, looked a little funny, but the kindness and gentleness in his eyes immediately softened Long Haochen's heart. The 6 big heads all lowered and moved closer to Long Haochen and gently touched his body. Long Haochen could only touch them one by one. I know you must be doing this for my own good, but why won't you tell me what's going on? Long Haochen asked Haoyue more than once about its origin and ability, but every time Haoyue would look at him pitifully and wouldn't say anything. This time it was the same, especially Light. Its head moved closer and rubbed against Long Haochen's body. But Long Haochen caught the worry in its eyes. Light, what are you worried about? Long Haochen asked softly. Light shook its head again, and then its eyes suddenly became resolute. Its dignified gaze swept across the other 5 heads, and then it let out a low roar. The other 5 heads also roared without hesitation, as if they were swearing an oath. Long Haochen didn't understand what they were doing. Light was telling the other heads something, and making them agree to something. Could it be related to me? At this moment, Long Haochen was confused. After Light received the affirmation from the other heads, its expression seemed to relax, and it looked at Long Haochen with a gentle gaze, and a thought flashed in his mind. Master, no matter what, we will always protect you. We will never betray you. With that, without waiting for Long Haochen to ask, Haoyue had already turned into a ball of purple light and disappeared in front of him. It had actually teleported away. Won't betray me? How could Haoyue betray me? But what did it mean by saying that? For a moment, Long Haochen couldn't help but feel a headache. As his strength increased, Haoyue seemed to have become more and more mysterious. Boss, are you all right? As soon as Haoyue left, the glimmer of light monster hunters immediately gathered around. They all looked at him with concern. Long Haochen smiled and said, I'm fine. Haoyue must have allowed me to fuse with some of its power. It wouldn't say what exactly happened, but it's definitely not a bad thing. Hearing this, Everyone immediately heaved a sigh of relief, and their expressions relaxed. The excitement that they had been suppressing all along also leaked out. "Boss, we really killed another demon god. How many of the 72 demons have already been killed by us? Not counting those that haven't been destroyed, there are already 2. This is the 57th demon god. We've probably earned another 1,000,000 merit points. Just how many merit points do we have now?" Even the usually calm Han, you couldn't help but jump in excitement. Long Houchin chuckled and said, "I don't know how many merit points we have either, but I feel like we should properly interrogate a certain person." Hearing this, everyone's gazes instantly focused on a certain bald man. There was doubt in their surprise, but even more excitement. "Ha ha ha ha!" Sima Xian laughed proudly and patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, "Brother has medicine. Isn't your famous saying, 'Brother has medicine'? In the future, I will also have a famous saying, 'Brother has money.'" Lin Xian asked curiously, "Where did you get the money?" Sima Xian laughed and said, "I don't have money, but I can live off a woman. My wife is rich." "What? You have a wife?" This immediately attracted everyone's curiosity. Wang Yuanyuan drew out her sanguine storm and said fiercely, "We really need to properly interrogate this Baldy. During the 2 years of the Holy War, we risked our lives every day. But he, on the other hand, not only did he find a wife, but he also changed his bird gun for a cannon. Hurry up and tell the truth." Sima Xian laughed out loud once again, but he didn't say anything. His expression was even more infuriating, as if he was keeping them in suspense. Kai raised the Grim Reaper scythe in her hand slightly. "Do you want to be ganged up on?" "Don't, Deputy Leader. I'll tell you, all right? Do you still remember Little White Flower in the Holy City?" Chapter 218. Little White Flower? It can't be, right? Lin Xian's eyes widened instantly. His long, dark green hair was tossed to the back of his head as though he was looking at a monster, Sima Xian. It wasn't just him, other than Zhang Fangfang. Everyone else looked at Sima Xian in shock. They all knew who the little white flower that Sima Xian was talking about was. The future heir of the Sanctuary Alliance auction house, Feng Ling Wang Yuanyuan and Chening repeated Lin Xian's words almost at the same time. "It can't be." Who was Feng Ling She was the heir of the Sanctuary Alliance auction house. Once she inherited the Sanctuary Alliance auction house in the future, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was the richest person in the entire Temple League. Although the auction house and the Sanctuary Alliance were inextricably linked, even if she was just a manager, she would still possess a terrifying amount of wealth. Moreover, Feng Ling could be said to be an unrivaled beauty, and she even had the pure temperament of an orchid in an empty valley. Who would have thought that Sima Xian would actually succeed? Sima Xian's smug look made him want to look up at the sky. "What do you mean by it can't be? I am handsome, suave, elegant, tall, and mighty. Although I don't have any hair, my heroic temperament deeply attracted my little white flower. If we're together, we'll be a match made in heaven. When the conditions are right, success will follow. She loves me so much." "Ha!" Hanyu placed a hand on Lin Xian's shoulder and said, "Don't you think that this guy is asking for a beating?" Lin Xian nodded in agreement. Apart from them, apart from Long Haochin and Zhang Fangfang, everyone else was rubbing their fists. Sima Xian's smile disappeared as he crossed his arms. What are you guys trying to do?" Wang Yuanyuan shouted, "Tell us the truth. Do you really want us to fight?" "Don't. I'll tell you, okay?" In front of everyone's despotic power, Sima Xian immediately gave in. He put away his proud look and said honestly, "Listen to me, it's like this. Didn't I return to the temple of the priests? Now that the holy war had begun, only the heavens knew if there would be a future. Perhaps in just a few days, I would die in battle in Southgard Pass. So I thought, even if I die, I have to give them an explanation. I made a promise to her when I left. So I wrote her a letter. After that, I devoted myself to the holy war." But who knew that after a period of time, just as I was immersed in the arduous battles every day, she actually replied to my letter. Although she scolded me in the letter, she urged me to live well. Thus, I instantly felt a surge of courage, and my battle prowess skyrocketed. God knows how many devil bastards he had killed. My vigor pill of light is stained with the blood of countless demons every day. That was extremely satisfying. I'm not called a commandment priest for nothing. Get to the point. Kai raised the grim reaper's scythe in her hand and shouted with a threatening expression. Sima Xian hurriedly ended his boasting. At that time, I didn't have any delusions that the little white flower would accept me, but it was a good start. Brother Medicine taught me that as long as I try, there will be a chance. If I don't even try, the chances of success will be 0. So I wrote her a letter about my current situation in the Exorcist Pass. From then on, we began to exchange letters. You don't say I fought fiercely with the demons every day in Southgard Pass, but my heart was always filled with that little white flower. This made me treasure my life even more. Speaking of which, it's strange. Even under such circumstances, my strength grew very quickly, and my mentality wasn't affected by the war at all. Maybe it's because I have something to entrust in my heart. Then, every time we wrote letters, we talked like this. I discovered that the little white flower seemed to have some feelings for me. So, I tried my best to mention it. Unexpectedly, she didn't refuse, and even said that she would come to Southgard Pass to see me. Did she really go? Lin Xian followed up with a question. Sima Xian said proudly, of course. Moreover, she went several times. Didn't you teach me to be bold, meticulous, and thick-skinned when picking up girls? The first time she went, she sneaked up to the top of the city wall and happened to see me valiantly killing the enemies. I was really lucky that time. At Southgard Pass, there was a female magician who had been cooperating with me. She was interested in me. I repelled the demon's attack. She ran over to wipe my sweat. Then the little white flower appeared. At this point, he couldn't help but reveal an expression of lingering fear. Clearly, the situation at that time had scared him to death. At the very least, it was extremely embarrassing. Guess what happened to the little white flower at that time? Sima Xian asked mysteriously. Lin Xian said, Is there even a need to say it? She walked over and slapped you, then called you scum before turning around and leaving. Bah, Sima Xian said disdainfully. Do you think everyone is as narrow-minded as you? My little white flower is as open-minded as a valley, and her stomach is as big as a boat. Her sudden appearance, coupled with the presence of the girl next to me, made me extremely embarrassed. I wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. Even a one-on-one battle with a demon god would be much better than that. Chan Ing giggled and said, Then weren't your thoughts the same as Brother Yu Yao's? Sima Xian said helplessly, Don't expose me, okay? Listen to me. Anyway, at that time I felt my scalp go numb. It was as if I had made a mistake when I was young and was caught by my teacher. But what I didn't expect was that the little white flower didn't get angry at me. Instead, she gracefully walked to my side and took out a handkerchief to gently wipe the stains on my face. Then, she held my arm and said to the female mage, Thank you for taking care of my Baldy. At that time, I was dumbfounded. I stood there like a fool, completely dumbfounded. At that moment, the demons attacked the city again. A wolf demon was thrown onto the city wall by a catapult and happened to be right beside us. He slashed at the little white flower with his sword. I didn't think too much at that time and quickly pulled her back, using my back to block the sword for her. Damn, that wolf demon was really ruthless. The sword cut into my flesh, and it took me a lot of effort to pull it out. I directly used the ball of light's vigor to hit it with a metal ball. After that, the little white flower told me that she was going to get angry at me. But when she saw me instinctively block the sword for her, she couldn't get angry anymore. As for what happened after that, I won't tell you. In any case, I'm extremely happy. Han Yu muttered, How could this be? How could Sima succeed like this? Sima Xian's proud expression appeared again. Why couldn't I succeed? Let me tell you, I now deeply understand what it means to not judge a book by its cover. Don't look at my little white flower's delicate and pretty appearance. She always looks like a lady from a wealthy family. But deep down in her bones, she doesn't like handsome men. She only likes fierce men like me. Lin Xan pointed at the ball of light's vigor in his hand. So you're saying that this toy of yours was made by the little white flower? Sima Xian laughed. Of course. Isn't she worried about my safety? I can't leave the battlefield. When she first came to find me, she had already prepared the materials and brought 3 master blacksmiths from our alliance. She asked them to reforge the ball of light's vigor for me. Although the name hasn't changed, this thing is much more powerful than before. As he spoke, Sima Xian lifted his ball of light's vigor and patted the side with his right hand. Suddenly, a window appeared on the side of the ball of light's vigor, and the flashing purple lightning core was revealed again. The purple light lingered inside, and it still couldn't be seen clearly, but the surging spiritual power fluctuations were quite violent. Sima Xian said, "The current ball of light's vigor is completely tailor-made for me. A large amount of alloy was added to the body's material. I can't remember the name, but I seem to remember that there is a metal like fine gold. In addition, there are many precious metals. Then it formed its body. Then there is a magic array inside. I asked a magic god to help make it, and it used 6-level, 10 lightning magical beasts magical crystals. The little white flower said that there are very few lightning magical crystals. Even in the Sanctuary Alliance auction house, there are only a few level 10 ones. I used them all. As for the other changes, they are all in the production. Anyway, the power of the ball of light is much stronger than before. The purple godly thunder cannon, purple thunder berserk lightning, and purple thunder body condensation were all self-created after the ball of light was improved and combined with my own abilities. Impressive, right? Long Haochen, who had been listening quietly, said, "In that case, your spiritual stove of purple godly thunder should have evolved at least once. Also, the backlash isn't that strong anymore. It should have something to do with the other epic-grade equipment on you." Sima Xian was much more obedient in front of Long Haochen. "That's right. Boss has unique insight. You saw through the mystery of my body at a glance." As he spoke, he tore open the priest robe on his upper body, revealing his solid chest. He wore a crimson soft armor that emitted a faint orange-red glow. Clearly, it was also an epic-grade piece of equipment. This is called the Crimson Dragon Armor. The little white flower said that it was made from the soft skin of a real crimson dragon's lower abdomen using a special method. It has an extremely strong defensive effect. At the same time, it can greatly weaken any negative attributes. Although it doesn't have any amplification effect, it's especially suitable for me. It can filter at least 80% of the backlash from my spiritual stove of purple, godly thunder. This way, I can use it much more easily. Also, because I've used it many times, my tolerance for the spiritual stove of purple, godly thunder has also increased. After eating the forest boa body forging pill that Brother Yu Yao gave me, in addition to the lightning tempering, my external spiritual energy should be around 30 to 40,000. Lin Xian's eyes widened as he looked at the 2 epic-grade equipment on Sima Xian. He muttered, "Finding a rich wife really saves me a few decades of hard work." Long Haochen glanced at him and said, "What did you say?" Lin Xian hurriedly shut his mouth and said with a smile, "Boss, I was just saying. Just pretend you didn't hear it. Don't tell Xian Air. My ability depends on myself. Unlike someone who lives off a woman." "Humph," Sima Xian said proudly, "living off a woman is also a skill. Can you do it? Don't be fooled by your pretty face. No one has taken a liking to you." Wang Yuanyuan said in a bad mood, "All right, stop quarreling. Listen to boss. What should we do next?" Everyone quieted down and looked at Long Haochen. Long Houchin called his companions to sit in a circle and took out the map. Jalua City is here. Haoyue has been flying south. We're probably in this area. Long Houchin pointed on the map. Our battle in Jalua City will soon reach the Demon Emperor's ears. After all, we have killed another demon god and destroyed his demon god pillar. What we need to do next is to make it so that the Demon Emperor can't find the pattern of our movements. The interior of the demons occupies a vast area. Even with the Demon Emperor's cultivation, as long as we don't show any obvious flaws, it won't be easy for him to find us. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Han Yu said, "Then should we continue to act, or should we hide?" Long Houchin clearly had a plan. He said in a deep voice, "There's an opportunity in front of us, but it's a matter of great importance. Let's brainstorm." The Demon Emperor appeared in the Exorcist Mountain Pass because of Star Demon Vashik's great prophecy. We received the news in advance and took action one step ahead. This is thanks to you, Ye's timely news. Facts have already proven that the information Yi brought us is correct. It will take at least a day for the Demon Emperor to rush to Jalua City after receiving the news. Our safety will not be a problem for the time being. Since Ye's information is correct, then the credibility of her other information should also be very high. Hearing what he said, Kai-Er's eyes lit up. You mean the condition of Star Demon Vashik's body after using the Great Prophecy? Long Houchin nodded. That's right. We've seen the Great Prophecy before. When used in battle, it's an extremely terrifying ability. The star demons we met in the Dream Temple should have Vashik's inherited bloodline and could possibly become the next star demon. However, even such a powerful star demon clan expert would explode and die after using the Great Prophecy technique. This means that the Great Prophecy has enormous power, but also an extremely strong backlash. And Vashik, as the demon's prophet, his prediction of our future whereabouts, and even the future of the demons, clearly consumes a lot more than that star demon. Therefore, it's very likely that his body is weak and only has 1/10 of his strength. Our Knights Templars Lord Yang Haohen once told me that among the 72 demon gods of the demons, other than Demon Emperor Fengxiu, the most dangerous one is Star Demon Vashik. The Demon Emperor is the leader and spiritual symbol of the demons, even a totem. Then the Star Demon is the brain of the demons, the real prime minister, and the Moon Demon Agars is at most a grand marshal. In terms of importance, he is not as important as Vashik. When the Star Demon is at his peak, I'm afraid his spiritual energy is more than 500,000. We don't even need to think about dealing with him. However, if he only has 1/10 of his strength and is still hiding in the heart of Demon Capital, we may still have a chance. After listening to Long Houchin's words, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Their team leader was actually thinking about the third-ranked star Demon Vashik among the demons. This was something they didn't even dare to think about before. Long Houchin continued, "This is just a suggestion. If we go to Demon Capital, it should be beyond the expectations of the Demon Emperor. He will never think that we would dare to go to his lair. As for the Star Demon Vashik situation, we can calculate it by discounting Ye's information. The Star Demon's ability is definitely extremely powerful, but no matter how powerful his ability is, he still needs to have enough cultivation and body to support it. With the current overall strength of our team, plus Haoyue's restraint on the demon gods, we should be able to deal with about 20% of the Star Demon's strength. That is to say, even if Ye's statement is slightly exaggerated, we still have a chance of success. However, if we take action against the Star Demon Vashik, the risk we have to bear is equally huge." After talking about their advantages and possible opportunities, Long Houchin's tone changed. When he analyzed things, he would definitely prioritize the possible dangers and would never be blindly optimistic. First of all, the heart of Demon Capital is the real core of the demons. It can be said that under normal circumstances, the most powerful forces of the demons are all gathered in the heart of demon capital. With the demon emperor as the leader, the moon demon, the star demon, the undead demon god, and the hell demon god guard this demon capital. Now, although all 4 demon gods are not here, and there are no other demon gods in demon capital except for the star demon, it doesn't mean that demon capital doesn't have enough strength. But it doesn't mean that there isn't enough strength in demon capital. There is one thing that I'm sure everyone has in mind. Since Moda City is empty, will the demon hunters of our ancestors who are hiding around Moda City attack Moda City? Based on my guess, that shouldn't be the case. The reason is very simple. The time is not ripe, and there is no guarantee. More importantly, the demon emperor and the moon demon left with a large number of demon gods at the same time. Although our demon hunters don't know what their goal is, how could they not follow? The demon emperor is too big of a threat to the alliance. If I were to lead everyone to hide on the side and discover any movements of the demon emperor, I would definitely follow him to take a look. If he really does harm to the alliance, we can only fight to the death. Therefore, the possibility of these senior monster hunters making a move on demon capital is not high. At the same time, although the heart of demon capital has lost the protection of a large number of demon gods, the 5 strongest races of demons have settled in demon capital. The demon emperor and the others have left, but they can't take all the demon gods with them. Let me ask you, if we were demon gods, if we left our lair, we would at least leave behind a capable subordinate to command our people. Therefore, I can be sure that whether it is the demon emperor, the moon demon, the star demon, the undead demon god, or the demon god of hell, they all have at least rank 9 subordinates in demon capital. It is very likely that there is more than one, especially the heaven-defying demon dragon clan. The demon emperor will leave at least 1/3 of his people there. Even the most conservative estimate is that there are at least 29th grade devilish beings in the heart of the demonic capital. Listening to Long Houchen's analysis, Lin Xin could not help but pull a long face. Boss, if that is the case, then what chance do we have? 20 rank 9 demons. It is impossible for us to deal with them. Long Houchen smiled and said, "This is our chance. If even we feel that we can't deal with them, then will the demon emperor think that we would dare to go to demon capital's heart? Isn't that the same as walking into a trap? He will never think that we would be so overestimating ourselves. But it is also because of this that I personally believe that we must go. We must find an opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the star demon." Looking at the doubtful looks in his partner's eyes, Long Houchen continued, "Everyone imagine the situation in demon capital now. Most of the demons' powerhouses have been mobilized due to the holy war. Although there is still a portion of the 5 strongest demons stationed in demon capital's heart. But compared to demon capital's peak, it is much worse. As a result, if we want to sneak into Shanghai, it will be much easier than under normal conditions. At the same time, without the demon emperor, the moon demon, the undead demon god, or the demon god of hell, the star demon Vasak is seriously injured and in seclusion. That way, there won't be any spiritual detection that we can't resist. If we suddenly launch an attack somewhere within the demons, then even if we are in demon capital's heart, it will be impossible for the demons to gather enough top-notch powerhouses to deal with us in a short period of time. At the very least, they will need time. It is not that there is no hierarchy among the demons, but we are not targeting the ruler, the heaven-defying demon dragon clan." Kyr said, "I kind of understand what you mean. If we go to demon capital's heart, first of all, we will be out of the demon emperor's expectations. He will never think that we would dare to go to demon capital. This way, we won't have to worry about the demon emperor. Then, if we attack the star demon, then we will at most be attacked by the remaining powerhouses of the star demons. It will be too late for the other races to rush over. Once we succeed, we can use the eternal melody to teleport away before the powerhouses of the demons surround us. We can even go into seclusion in the Tower of Eternity for a long time to avoid the demons' pursuit and wait for an opportunity to sneak out of demon capital. Am I right?" Long Houchen smiled and nodded. "That's basically what I mean." Kyra said, Then I have two questions. First, the star demons have not joined the battle, and the star demon is seriously injured. In that case, his star demon palace will definitely be on guard. The star demons are the third largest race of demons. They are definitely not easy to deal with. At least, with our current strength, it is impossible for us to fight them. Since that is the case, how are we going to deal with the star demon? Secondly, the star demon is in seclusion and knows that he is weak. So, even if we attack the star demon palace, as long as he hides in seclusion and doesn't come out, how can we find him? After all, we don't have much time. Long Houchin said, "Yes, these are the two problems we have to face. Let me first talk about my own ideas. First, it is about the strength of the star demons. Kair is right. With our current strength, it is absolutely impossible to force our way into the leopard demon palace. The star demons are more powerful than the leopard demons. However, we don't have to force our way in. Moreover, we don't even have to lock onto the star demons from the start. Which race are the star demons on the best terms with? Everyone should know about this." Wang Yuanyuan quickly said, "The moon demons? Boss, are you saying that we should attack the moon demons first to create a diversion effect?" They were all smart people and could understand with a single hint. Long Houchin gave Wang Yuanyuan a thumbs up. "That's right. That's my plan. If we can cast a forbidden spell on the Moon Demon Palace, then not just the star demons, but all the powerhouses in Modu will gather in the direction of the Moon Demon Palace. Then that will be our chance. Perhaps it won't be for long. However, the strength of the Star Demon Palace will be at its lowest. We will have a chance. Moreover, after entering Modu, we will first have to contact Yi. Through her, we will understand the internal situation of the Star Demon Palace. We will have a good chance of sneaking in. As for Kai, I's second question, it's even easier to answer. I never said that I wanted to kill the Star Demon God, Vasak. Yes, we may not be able to find him. But don't forget, we have Haoyue. Haoyue may not be able to find the demon god, but he will have no problem finding the demon god pillars. So, in my mind, our target was never Vashik. As the third demon god of the demons, he must have many life-saving methods. It will be too difficult to kill him. Compared to other monster hunters, our biggest advantage is that we can destroy the demon god pillars. Think about it, if we can destroy the star demon's demon god pillars, or even severely injure them, then how will it affect the star demon? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Long Houchin's words. That's right. Why must they fight the demon god head-on? They can totally target the demon god pillars. Moreover, according to Long Houchin's plan, if they could sneak near the demon god pillars, then use Haoyue to attack, even Vasak himself would find it difficult to save himself. Vasak was seriously injured. Even if he could appear in time, it would not be easy to stop them. Long Houchin's gaze swept across his companions. That's my idea. Now let's brainstorm. If you have any suggestions, you can raise them. Although I think there is a possibility of this plan being completed. Sneaking into Demon City is extremely dangerous. Even with the Eternal Melody's teleportation, it can't guarantee our safety. So, we will only try it if everyone agrees. As long as one person objects, we will think of other countermeasures. I have another plan, which is the irregular journey of the demons. We will try our best to choose places where the demons can wreak havoc. We don't need to kill the demon god every time. We just need to create enough trouble for the demons. I also have a good target. That is the Anda province. I think everyone still remembers the situation before we attacked the snake demon god Andamari in the Anda province. The Anda province is definitely a prosperous place among the demons, because the demons get their main food from the sea. If we can go there and wreak havoc, then the demons will definitely suffer heavy losses. Supplies will be even more difficult. It will also be beneficial for resolving the crisis of the Holy War. Of these two plans, it is obvious that the Anda province is more feasible and relatively safer. The only problem is that the Anda province is closer to us. From the Gala province to the east, after passing through a province, we will enter the Andu province. This will increase the possibility of the demon emperor catching up to us. Without a doubt, these two plans of Long Houchen were quite bold, especially the first plan, which was against the demon's prophet and star demon Vesak. Moreover, it was to stir up trouble in the heart of Demon City. What a shocking plan! After listening to Long Houchen's words, everyone fell into a short period of silence. Their next move was related to their contribution to the Temple League and a series of other situations. They must not be careless. Long Houchen was also thinking. He was thinking about the feasibility of these two plans. Going to the Anda province was much less dangerous. Even if the demon emperor sent another demon god to be stationed there, they might be able to deal with it. At least they did not have to worry about escaping unscathed. But if they entered the heart of Demon City, then the possibility of something unexpected happening would be much greater. No one knew what they would encounter there. Comparing the effects of these two plans, the first one was undoubtedly much better, even though they had destroyed 2 demon god pillars. However, they were all fiend celestials, ranked towards the bottom. Only the foundation of the demons was shaken, and the extent of the shaken was not too great. But the star demon Vesak was different. He, the moon demon, and the demon emperor were known as the big 3 of the demons. Although the undead demon god Samakina and the hell demon god Marbus were also known as the 5 demon pillars, their strength and role were more reflected in their race. However, the star demon god Vesak was different. As a prophet of the demon race, his greater role was definitely reflected in himself. He was the real right-hand man of the demon emperor. If they could destroy the star demon's demon god pillar, then the foundation of the demons would be shaken and the demon emperor would be in pain. This would be a huge blow to the demons. Although this would make them the target of the demons, it was also because of this that the demons would decline under their efforts. Long Houchen was also suffering. He did not want to lead his companions to face greater danger. But such an opportunity might only come once in a lifetime. How could his heart not be conflicted? Boss, let me say a few words. The first to speak was Sima Xian. At this time, he had completely lost his playful look from before. When he was serious, his face was indeed very resolute. Only his shiny bald head slightly ruined the atmosphere. Boss, I think it can be done. As the saying goes, seek riches in danger, and opportunity cannot be missed. The second plan that you mentioned is also quite good, but that is meat on the chopping board. We can cut it at any time. But here in Modu, it is a rare opportunity. If we give up this opportunity, we may not encounter it again in the future. Moreover, we have Princess Yi as a spy. After entering Modu, we can investigate everything clearly before making a move. With the Eternal Melodies teleportation, we can also leave the battlefield at any time. There will definitely be risks, but we are demon hunters. When will there be no risks? Even if we go to Anda province, there is still the possibility of encountering the demon emperor. Our existence is for the Alliance, for the sake of humanity. So what if there is danger? A man should die on the battlefield and die on the battlefield. Sima Xian's words were impassioned, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Wang Yuan continued, I agree with Sima's words. The opportunity is in front of us, and it is impossible not to face danger. But when have we ever been afraid of danger? We have survived the Holy War. If we can defeat the Star Demon's demon god pillar in Modu, we will be the heroes of humanity. This will also be the cause of the decline of the demons. This is indeed the name of our light of dawn. Lin Xan said, let's do it. From the day I joined the monster hunters, I have decided that wherever boss points, I will fight. Back then, when Long Houchen was in the monster hunter selection competition, he did not hesitate to give up on choosing Kai Er for him. As a result, it caused a misunderstanding between him and Kai Er. Although Lin Xan did not usually mention this matter, He always remembered this kindness in his heart. Kai looked at Long Houchen with a gentle gaze and said with a smile, "Even if it's the worst-case scenario, I'll just die with you." Long Houchen frowned and said, "Don't talk nonsense. We all have to live well. We must see the day when humanity defeats the demons." His words seemed to be blaming Kai, but the way he looked at her revealed deep emotions. Chen Ying shrugged and said indifferently, "I also agree. I love excitement. When I was young, Grandpa asked me what my wish was. I said, I hope that one day Moda's Heart City will become a place where I can summon my demon beasts. I will definitely raise both my hands and feet in support of such an opportunity. But boss, let's make it clear. If I die in battle, you have to help me send young Wenjiao back to the Alliance." Now, only Han Yu and Zhang Fangfang had not expressed their stance. Long Houchen could not help but look at the two. Han Yu blinked. "Boss, you don't need to look at me. Have you forgotten I am your retainer knight? Wherever you are, I will be there." Zhang Fangfang imitated Han Yu's tone and said, "Houchen, you don't need to look at me. Have you forgotten I am Yuan Yuan's guardian knight? Wherever she is, I will be there." As soon as he said this, Lin Xian and Sima Xian whistled at the same time. Wang Yuanyuan blushed and glared fiercely at Zhang Fangfang. Zhang Fangfang acted as if he did not see it at all. In fact, Zhang Fangfang still had some misgivings in his heart. However, he wasn't a true member of the bright glimmer of light demon hunt squad after all. Since they had already decided on something, how could he, an outsider, ruin the mood? Moreover, Wang Yuanyuan had already agreed. His words were indeed sincere. Even if they really had to face danger, he was willing to face it together with Wang Yuanyuan. He did not want to hear bad news in the near future. Long Houchen did not expect his companions to so readily agree to his first dangerous plan. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "In that case, let's carefully analyze it. Prepare for the worst, but make sure to have the most thorough plan." Chapter 219. Shanghai Heart City, Moon Demon Palace. Yu Yi slowly opened her eyes and let out a long breath. The spiritual energy in her body circulated, causing her body to be covered in a layer of dark purple light. As a mixed blood of humans and demons, Li Tianlan's strength was extremely high. She had many unique advantages. She had the mind and body of a human, but she had the talent and attributes of the moon devils in cultivation. Ever since a Bao had disregarded her safety in order to kill Long Houchen before the start of the Holy War, she had returned to Demonic City. Ever since then, she had been quietly staying in the Moon Demon Palace. Even the Yu Yi Chamber of Commerce could only command it remotely. Over the past 2 years, her state of mind was much calmer than before, and her cultivation was also growing at an astonishing rate. Even though she wasn't born with powerful abilities like most moon devils, her human physique determined that her future growth potential was even greater than that of ordinary moon devils. The reason why the moon demon liked this daughter the most was not only because of Yu Ye's beauty, but also because of her extraordinary intelligence. This was something that most moon devils could not compare to. Even with the support of the moon demon, Yu Yi was able to establish the Yu Yi Chamber of Commerce step by step from the age of 15. This was a testament to her talent. The dark purple halo slowly disappeared, and a bright purple crescent moon appeared behind Yu Yi. The moonlight flashed 3 times in a row before slowly disappearing. The moon devils were blessed by the heavens. For those who possessed the darkness element, training here was second only to the Demon Palace. After 2 years of silence, the talented Yu Yi had just broken through to the 8th level a few days ago. Speaking of which, she felt that she still had to thank Long Houchen. It was precisely because she was anxious about Long Houchen's matter that the spiritual power in her body fluctuated abnormally. She was lucky enough to grasp the opportunity brought by this fluctuation and forcibly broke through the bottleneck of the 7th order and entered the 8th order. Compared to ordinary moon devils, she was more talented in all aspects. She was also at the 8th level, so she was confident that she could defeat her clansmen who had similar levels of cultivation as her. Finally, the spiritual energy fluctuations in the quiet room completely receded, and Yu Ye's beautiful eyes regained their faint purple color. His eyes revealed some hidden bitterness as he sighed and muttered to himself. He should be out of danger by now. According to the news from the Exorcist Mountain Pass, he was notified by my people the moment he arrived at the Exorcist Mountain Pass. At that time, His Majesty should be at least 2 days away from the Exorcist Mountain Pass. With such a long buffer, he should have already left. Dad's attitude towards me was a bit strange, as if he already had some doubts about me. This should be the last time I help him. Long Houchin, you're on your own. I hope we won't cross paths again. After 2 years of silence, although she still couldn't forget the look on Long Houchin's face when he blocked the demon hunter exterminator's attack for Kai. She had already severed the bit of desire in her heart. She was an intelligent person. Knowing full well that it was impossible, why should she think about it? Now she had a new goal. Whether it was a human or a demon, they always had a goal. Otherwise, they could only live aimlessly. This was especially true for an intelligent person like Yu Yi. She needed something interesting to distract herself from her thoughts, and the goal she had chosen was enough to produce such an effect. Floating up, Yu Yi walked out of the quiet room. Outside the quiet room was a small garden. Apart from a small stone path leading to the front yard, there was a kind of plant growing here. Moonflower, Yu Ye's favorite flower. It was a kind of light yellow flower. It could not be considered very gorgeous, but it had no leaves. It was noble and proud and had a rich fragrance. But in that rich fragrance there was a bit of coldness. Yu Yi had always felt that she was very similar to a moonflower. She had never known what was the most important thing in her heart. There was a period of time when she was particularly tired because of the matters of Yu Ye's Chamber of Commerce. She was extremely eager to have a relationship of her own. At this time, Long Houchin appeared. He appeared in front of her for the first time. When her Chamber of Commerce was besieged by the demon army, Yu Yi had already wanted to give up. However, he turned the tide and led them out of the siege. At that time, Long Houchin had left a deep impression in her heart. In Yu Ye's heart, her lover could only be a human, not demons. Therefore, in fact, she had never liked a Bao. Long Houchin's handsomeness, bravery, and all the qualities of a knight had deeply touched her heart. Therefore, from that moment on, she had a strong interest in this young knight who was younger than her. Later, after more than one contact, this interest gradually took root. When she saw that Long Houchin almost died in battle for Kai, and a Bao did not hesitate to sacrifice her for the demons. Yu Ye's heart was in pain, but in this pain there was a strong desire. If that man was willing to sacrifice for me, what would happen to me? This emotional fluctuation had been haunting her for a very, very long time. It was not until a long time after the Holy War began that she thought clearly. She and he were people from 2 different worlds. It was impossible. If he didn't have such a lover, perhaps she could still try. But now, this was obviously impossible. Yu Yi had even thought of conquering. If one day she could become the strongest person in the world, kill Kai, and conquer Long Houchin by force, what would happen? Almost at the next moment, she found the answer in her heart. Therefore, she gradually buried her desire for love in her heart, and gradually had other thoughts. But she never regretted falling in love with Long Houchin. Although this relationship ended without a cause, at least she had a place in her heart. The man that Yu Yi loved was so outstanding, no one could compare to him. Now, she had put all her energy into other things, and for her, this matter was more important to improve her own cultivation. Surrounded by the rich fragrance of flowers, Yu Yi slowly walked to the front yard. Every time this happened, she would feel like a queen, and this was also her goal. Walking out of the garden, Yu Ye's expression had returned to normal, calm, gentle, and still the appearance of a beautiful but harmless princess. "Your Highness, dinner is ready." A maid walked to her side and said softly, Yu Yi had ordered that no one was allowed to enter the backyard, but she would never be harsh on herself. The 3 meals a day were all exquisite to the extreme. Only with enough nourishing food could she better support her cultivation. Moreover, as the princess of the Moon Devils, she enjoyed life very much. And, just as she was about to go eat, suddenly her expression changed slightly, and she looked in the direction of the door of her residence. Although she was a princess, her bedroom was not very big. With her cultivation, she had a strong spiritual sense of her surroundings. Sure enough, another maid walked in quickly. Your Highness, there is a Viscount with your token asking to see you. Viscount. There is no doubt that the maid was naturally talking about the Viscount of the Moon Devils. Yu Ye's originally calm heart suddenly beat violently, and a trace of horror appeared on her face. It can't be him, right? Invite him in. Calming herself as much as possible, Yu Yi suddenly found that her hands were trembling. Even she didn't know whether she hoped that her guess was correct or not. Not long after, under the guidance of the maid, a man wearing a dark purple cloak walked in from the outside. The cloak covered his whole body, but from his figure, it could still be seen that he was a man. He lowered his head slightly, so it was impossible to see his face clearly. An indescribable sense of familiarity instantly surged in her heart. Although she hadn't seen his face, Yu Yi still almost exclaimed and subconsciously took half a step back. The surrounding maids suddenly showed vigilance. The man slowly raised his head and lifted the cloak on his head. He smiled and said, Long time no see, Your Highness. His handsome and delicate face was flawless, and his long golden hair was softly draped behind his head. The only flaw in his appearance might be his eyes. The purple eyes that were unique to the double moon demon race appeared on his extremely handsome face, looking slightly out of place. It's really you. You, why are you here? Although Yu Yi had already guessed that it might be him, when she saw him face to face, her heart was still filled with disbelief. It was an indescribable, strong feeling. For a moment her mood was agitated, and she completely paled. Long Houchen smiled and looked at Yu Yi in front of him. After more than 2 years, this Princess Yu Yi had become more beautiful. Her temperament was more noble, and she had more charm that she didn't have before. Her pair of purple eyes were filled with shock. Why, am I not welcome? After all, Yu Yi was Yu Yi. After a short period of shock, she immediately recovered and suppressed the shock in her heart. She immediately waved her hand and said, You all can leave first. The maidservants left with some doubts, leaving only Long Houchen and Yu Yi in the hall. Follow me. Yu Yi quickly stepped forward and grabbed Long Houchen's hand, pulling him to the backyard. At this moment, her heart was still beating rapidly. However, there was an indescribable, strong sense of pleasure in her heart. Perhaps this was the excitement. Soon, she pulled Long Houchen to the quiet room where she had previously cultivated. She first pulled him into the room, then closed the door. Leaning against the door of the quiet room, Yu Yi looked at Long Houchen with eyes full of disbelief. How could it be you? How could it be? How dare you come here? Yu Yi could no longer suppress the shock in her heart, and her delicate body trembled as she spoke. In fact, she had always been a very calm and wise girl, but at this moment she really could not suppress the emotions in her heart. Long Houchen actually appeared in front of her in such a dignified manner. How inconceivable was this? Even if he was so close, she still felt like she was in a dream. Long Houchen indifferently smiled and said, Why wouldn't I dare to come? Even if Heart City is a dragon's pool and tiger's den, so what? Yu Yi involuntarily cried out, So what? Don't you know that in order to kill you, Demon Emperor did not hesitate to launch a 2-year-long holy war? This holy war has already caused the total population of demons to plummet by more than 30%. In order to kill you, Demon Emperor brought my father and a group of demon gods to the Exorcist mountain pass to find you. In order to kill you, Star Demon Vasak did not hesitate to sacrifice his life to use the great prophecy technique. But you just appeared in the capital of demons. What do you want to do? You're simply a madman. Long Houchin did not utter a word. He could understand Ye's current mood. Although in terms of cultivation, Long Houchin could not be ranked in the Temple League, but in terms of fame and influence, whether it was in the Temple League or the demons, he was second to none. The holy war launched by the demons was because of him. Yu Yi gasped for breath. Her eyes revealed an intense disbelief, staring at Long Houchin's handsome face for a long time. Suddenly, she took large strides towards Long Houchin and hugged him tightly. This hug of hers made Long Houchin stunned. With such close contact, Long Houchin could clearly feel her strong heartbeat. For a moment, he was a little dazed, not knowing how to deal with the situation in front of him. Naturally, he could not hug her back. In his heart, Yu Yi was only a partner, a friend. Yu Yi did not utter a word. The quiet room became quiet. Long Houchin did not move, nor did he push her away. In his heart, he could more or less sense Ye's feelings. It was not that he did not know how to refuse. However, this mixed-blood beauty in front of him had just saved his life not long ago. How could he have the heart to push her away like this? Hugging Long Houchin, Ye's fierce heartbeat gradually calmed down. She suddenly realized that for the first time in her life, she felt so fulfilled. And this fulfillment was brought by the man in front of her. It was such a comfortable feeling. She almost could not help but moan out loud. But in the end, she held it back. She did not want him to see her clearly. But now, she really could not bear to let go. The two of them stood there, quietly, not moving for a long time. When Yu Yi first hugged him, her body was slightly cold, but as time passed, Long Houchin could clearly feel that her body gradually became hot. Shocked, Long Houchin knew that he could not go on like this. He was also a normal man, and Yu Yi was so beautiful. Even if he could continue to control himself, the friendship between the two of them would probably deteriorate. This was not what he wanted to see. "Your Royal Highness," Long Houchin called out in a low voice. When he called her Royal Highness, Yu Ye's delicate body trembled slightly. Feeling his breath, Yu Yi, whose body was gradually becoming hot, woke up as if a bucket of cold water was poured over her head. Subconsciously, she loosened her arms holding him and quickly took a few steps back. On her somewhat pale face, the blush had not completely faded. "In your heart, am I only a Royal Highness?" A touch of sadness appeared on Yu Ye's delicate face. She thought that she had already let go, but when she really saw him and felt his breath, she found that the feelings were not let go, but buried deep in her heart. Long Houchin sighed softly. "Yu Yi, I'm sorry. I already have Kaer. My heart can no longer accommodate other members of the opposite sex other than her. I treat you as a friend who has been through life and death with me. Thank you for the news that allowed us to survive. Friend, so what if we are friends? If I encounter a life and death danger, can you protect me with your life like how you protected Kaer?" "I will," Long Houchin answered almost without hesitation. This time, it was Yu Yi who was stunned. She looked at Long Houchin with some disbelief. Although they hadn't been in contact for a long time, she was very clear about what kind of person Long Houchin was. He wasn't the kind of person who made promises easily, but as long as he said it, he would definitely do it. Long Houchin earnestly said, "When I received your urgent message in the Exorcist Mountain Pass, in my heart, you are no longer a partner, but a true friend. I understand how big of a risk you are taking. If you encounter any danger, I will definitely do everything in my power to save you." Long Houchin's words couldn't be considered flowery words, nor were there any flowery words, but the firmness in his words deeply shocked Yu Ye's heart. Her somewhat pale complexion gradually recovered. She turned her head, her back facing Long Houchin, trying hard to calm her surging heart. After a long while, she once again turned around. At this time, her expression had already returned to normal. You came to Heart City because Demon Emperor and my father left with a large number of demon gods, so this place is empty? If you think so, then you're wrong. Demon Capital's Heart City is the base of the demons, and the 5 demon god pillars are overseeing it. No matter when, the 5 races will always leave behind experts to guard their respective demon god palaces. Coming here to look for opportunities is tantamount to throwing your life away. I can guess that your cultivation should have improved by quite a bit in these 2 years. However, I can tell you clearly that we only need 2 Type 9 powerhouses of the heaven-defying Devil Dragon clan to annihilate you and your team. After regaining her calm, Yi had already recovered her wisdom, and immediately thought of the reason for Long Houchen's arrival. However, you coming to Heart City should also be out of Demon Emperor's expectations. No one would think that you would walk right into a trap at this time. With your intelligence, you shouldn't do anything suicidal. Tell me, what are your plans? Long Houchen nodded and said, in the information you gave me, you mentioned that in order to predict our movements, Star Demon Vasak used the Great Prophecy spell, causing him to be extremely weak, and his strength is only 1/10 of his peak, right? This time, the first thing I came here is to verify this matter. Hearing this, Yu Yi was shocked once again. You aren't thinking of attacking Star Demon, are you? Long Houchen had no intention of hiding it from her and nodded. Yu Yi sucked in a breath of cold air. Seems like you really are crazy. How is that possible? Even if Star Demon only has 1/10 of his strength, he is still not someone you can deal with. Do you know that he has countless ways to make his cultivation explode to an extremely terrifying degree in an instant? I'm afraid you can't even block a single blow from him. Long Houchen said, we have considered all these that you said. Don't worry, since I dared to come, I must have thought about it carefully. I have considered all kinds of difficulties. I have never thought of killing Star Demon head-on. Tell me, what is Star Demon's current situation? Yu Yi said, Star Demon is indeed in a weakened state after using the Great Prophecy spell. This is what Father told me. My father would never lie. His demon god pillar was called the True Moon. If his father lied, it would greatly affect his cultivation. You don't plan to kill Star Demon, but you came for him? Ah, I understand. You want to target his demon god pillar? Do you really have the power to destroy the demon god pillar? Yu Ye's intelligence allowed her to correctly guess Long Houchen's goal. Long Houchen nodded and said yes. If not for this, why would the demon god emperor launch a holy war for me? If we can destroy Star Demon's pillar or cause damage to it, our goal will be achieved. Don't worry, no matter what, we won't implicate you. Today, I came to confirm with you whether Star Demon is really in a weakened state. The other is to tell you when we will act, so that you can avoid being accidentally injured. Yi murmured, You are really too bold, too bold. You actually set your target here in Demonic City. Are you really confident? Long Houchen smiled faintly and said, In this world, there is nothing that one can be absolutely sure of. The main purpose of our operation this time is to catch them off guard and catch them off guard. Even you, who is the most familiar with us, can't think of it, so naturally Demon Emperor can't. We won't stay here for too long. Around tomorrow evening, it will be time for us to act. When the time comes, we will use a diversion tactic. Our first target will be your Moon Demon Palace. Then we will go to the Star Demon Palace. Our attack on the Moon Demon Palace will be on the level of a forbidden spell. So, you have to be careful while you stay here. Hearing Long Houchen say this, Yi already had some understanding of his tactics. For a moment, she was completely speechless, looking at Long Houchen. She couldn't help but stare blankly. She didn't know why, but at this moment, a sense of pride welled up in her heart, a pride that belonged to her. Yi thought to herself, this is the man I've chosen. With his monster hunters, he actually dared to swagger into Demonic City and set his sights on Star Demon's pillar. What kind of courage and self-confidence was this? There wasn't a trace of arrogance in him. He said that he had thought it through, so it must have been. But just as he said, because his idea was too bold, too inconceivable, no one could guess it. Creating a diversion was indeed a good plan. They had chosen the Moon Demon Palace because of their good relationship with the Star Demon Palace. Although Yi didn't know what Long Haochen and the others were planning. She was surprised to find that their plan really was feasible. She knew all too well what the demon god pillar meant to a demon god. No matter how powerful a demon god was, even if it was the demon emperor, once the demon god pillar was destroyed, they would instantly fall to the ground. The demon god pillar was their foundation. In some sense, the demon god pillar was the indestructible body of a demon god. Yi, thank you for helping us. Be careful, I'm leaving. With that, Long Haochen turned to walk out. Yi blocked his path. She looked up at him and said with slight annoyance, "You're leaving just like that?" Long Haochen was stunned. Yi snorted. How familiar are you with Demon Capital's Heart City? No matter how meticulous your plan is, how accurate can it be against the Moon Demon Palace and the Star Demon Palace? The attack range of a forbidden spell is also limited. Do you know where the core power will land to make our palaces nervous? How much do you know about the precise location of the Star Demon's Demon God Pillar and the Star Demon's approximate location of seclusion? Do you know how much strength the Star Demons have left in the Star Demon Palace? Long Haochen didn't say anything. These were the questions Yi had asked him today. However, he couldn't ask anything after Ye's hug. He suddenly felt that he owed Yi a lot. If he received anything else from her, how could he repay this favor? And with Ye's feelings for him, he couldn't bring himself to ask. Actually, when Long Haochen told Yi his plan, he already had a follow-up plan in mind. He could only spend a little more time investigating the situation of the two demon palaces. After all, he still had the identity of Moonfiend Viscount. At the very least, he could get some superficial information. Of course, he hoped to get accurate information from Yi. That was the only way to increase the chances of their plan succeeding. Although it was risky for Long Haochen to lead his companions on this mission, he was cautious enough. He wouldn't act rashly even if he had to give up on this plan before all the steps were properly arranged. You came here to ask me about this, didn't you? Why aren't you asking? Yi looked at Long Haochen with a burning gaze. Long Haochen sighed softly. I already owe you a lot. If I continue to owe you, I don't know how to repay you. Yi almost blurted out. Use your whole life to repay me. However, she still endured it because she knew that it would only make the distance between her and Long Haochen grow even further. So you also know that you owe me a lot? Fine, then I'll tell you how to repay me. Don't worry, I won't want you as a person. Ye's expression was restrained, less emotional, but clearly more rational. Her eyes flickered with wisdom, and after a moment of silence she said, Long Haochen, I can help you with all my strength. Not only this time, but also every time in the future. As long as you need it, I will do my best to provide you with all the information you need. Hearing Yi agree so readily, and even point out that he didn't need to repay with his feelings, Long Haochen's spirits rose. Then what are your conditions? Yi said in a low voice, if one day you can become the leader of humanity and lead the humans to defeat the demons, I hope you won't be ruthless and leave a place for us demons to rest on this continent. It's like creating a small, independent kingdom outside of your human empire. Moreover, you must support me to become the master of this kingdom. For at least 1,000 years, the humans are not allowed to attack us. Long Haochen didn't expect Yi to put forward such a condition, and couldn't help but be shocked. He said in surprise, Yi, are you sure you didn't say anything wrong? You must know, I can't agree to this condition. Even if I become the Knight of the Seal in the future, the Temple League isn't something I can decide alone. Yi looked at him stubbornly and said, I only want you to agree. Who can say what will happen in the future? If the entire Temple League listens to your orders, why can't you decide? Moreover, you also know very well, even if the humans can destroy us demons under your command, they will have to pay a huge price. And at that time, if you are willing to give us a chance to live in a corner, then the demons' determination to fight to the death will be weakened a lot. I don't ask for much. A territory as big as the Linhai province is enough. Long Houchin frowned, thinking about Yu Ye's words. Without a doubt, if the demons can have Yu Ye as a spy, it will be of great benefit to their future operations. However, this condition of Yu Ye's was somewhat incomprehensible to him, even if I agree. After the demons are defeated by us, will the remaining forces listen to your command? Yu Ye smiled indifferently and said, "That's my problem. I only need you to promise me. If you can't command the Temple League in the future, or if my strength isn't enough to gather the remaining demons, or if you humans can't defeat us demons, your promise naturally doesn't need to be fulfilled. Although the demons are outsiders, they have been in this continent for 6,000 years after all. In a sense, apart from the 72 demon pillars, all the demons were originally mutated from various creatures of the Holy Demon Continent and are originally a part of this world. If you can destroy the 72 demon pillars, then it's hard to say whether the demonization of the demons will continue. I'm not afraid to tell you a secret. Do you know what the fundamental strength of my Yu Ye Chamber of Commerce is?" Long Houchin shook his head. Yu Ye said, "Our fundamental strength is the human and demon hybrids." Long Houchin was slightly shocked, looking at Yu Ye's eyes suddenly have a little more. Yu Ye continued, "The number of human and demon hybrids is far more than you think. The Yu Ye Chamber of Commerce is only the outermost strength that we show. But in fact, our strength is spread all over the demons. Among us, the vast majority have a human mindset. We have been waiting for a chance to be independent. I believe that with your intelligence, you should be able to understand what I mean. So, my help to you is not as simple as bringing you information. Once the time is ripe, the strength of our organization will be revealed." Long Houchin said with some disbelief, "You are the leader of this organization?" Yu Ye shook her head and said, "Not yet. I will reveal a little more to you. The current leader of our organization is a demon lord, a human and demon hybrid demon lord. After I established the Yu Ye Chamber of Commerce, they contacted me. I am in charge of the organization's intelligence work. If I have enough strength in the future, I will naturally strive to become the leader. Human and demon hybrids have many advantages. For example, even if our current leader's demon pillar is destroyed, at most his strength will be slightly reduced, and he will not be able to borrow the power of the demon pillar. But those pure demon lords are not the same. Think carefully before giving me an answer. Right now, I am not your friend. I represent our organization. If our agreement is successful, then we will be the ones to control that kingdom." Long Houchin fell into deep thought. Yu Ye was in no hurry and stood quietly to the side waiting. After a long while, Long Houchin slowly raised his head and said, "Fine, I promise you." A slightly sad smile appeared on Yu Ye's pretty face. She knew that from this moment on, she and Long Houchin would most likely return to a purely cooperative relationship. But what could she do? "I believe in your character. So, we do not need any contract. All right, tell me about your plan. We will make some improvements to it. We will avoid all risks as much as possible. Wait a moment, I will go get the maps of our Moon Demon Palace and Star Demon Palace." Demon Capital's Heart City was as magnificent as ever. There was the densest dark aura here, and all the powerful demons were proud to be able to live here. This was because not only could they obtain glory here, it could also speed up the advancement of their cultivation. The sky was gradually darkening. The weather that day was not very good. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and there was a hazy mist in the air. Apart from the fact that there was a lot of dust in the air, there was also an abundance of dark elements in Demon Capital, so much so that even the color of the air was affected. Outside the Moon Demon Palace, in an inconspicuous corner, stood a man. A huge cloak completely covered his body. He stood there quietly, occasionally raising his head to look at the dusky sky. Only then would his extremely handsome face be revealed. It's about time. It should be time for the moon demons and star demons to eat. Long Houchin mumbled to himself. Just then, a few moon demons walked past him. Long Houchin did not avoid them. Instead, he raised his head to look at them. When these moon demons saw Long Houchin's extremely handsome face, they immediately lowered their heads and walked away respectfully. Purple eyes and a handsome face. These were the biggest characteristics of the Moon Demon clan. The more handsome a moon demon was, the higher their status in the clan. One's appearance could never determine a moon demon's age, but one could determine their strength. There was no doubt that Long Houchin had a unique advantage in disguising as a moon demon. Tower of Eternity. The members of the Bright Glimmer of Dawn Monster Hunters were all dressed in military attire. They had already adjusted their state to their peak. They gathered together and waited quietly. Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi's injuries had recovered a lot after recuperating over the past few days. Long Houchin did not avoid them for this operation. If it were not for the fact that they were still weak, they would definitely be eager to participate in this operation. Right now, they could only wish the members of the Bright Glimmer of Dawn Monster Hunters well. Chapter 220. A deep incantation echoed on the first floor of the Tower of Eternity. This incantation didn't belong to any of the Light of Dawn Hunters. Intense earth elemental waves were lingering around the area. Not far in front of the crowd, four figures sat together. 3 of them formed a triangle, and their positions were the 3 points of the triangle. The last one sat in the center of the triangle, and the incantation came from its mouth. Red, blue, green, and yellow. The 4 figures each had their own different colors. They were the 4 holy guards that Long Houchin had obtained from the Tower of Eternity. Holy Guard number 10, number 11, and number 12 formed a triangle. At this moment, the soul fires in their eyes were pulsing violently. This caused the air around Holy Guard number 9, who was sitting in the center, to distort violently, making his body seem a little unreal. The 3 holy guards were pouring their soul powers into Holy Guard number 9 to help him complete the incantation. In Holy Guard number 9's hand was a white gemstone the size of a fist. As he chanted the incantation, countless earth elemental powers were being poured into the gemstone from his body. Long Houchin was waiting, and they were also waiting quietly with them. This mission wouldn't last for long. They had to complete a blitzkrieg in the heart of Demonic City in order to succeed. Releasing a forbidden incantation by chanting in Demonic City was no different from courting death. Even the most ordinary lunar devil would be able to detect this level of spiritual power waves from a few kilometers away. Therefore, the incantation had to be completed here. The gemstone in Holy Guard number 9's hand didn't belong to the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters. Instead, it was obtained by Long Houchin from Princess Yi. This was also the most important part of their plan. Zhang Fangfang said, "It's almost time. Everyone get ready." If there are no changes, Long Houchin should be back soon. Due to Kai Er's amnesia and Long Houchin's absence, he let the experienced and prudent Zhang Fangfang temporarily command the Glimmer of Light. Sima Xian pulled the dark gold chain in his hand and lifted the ball of light directly. He swung it forcefully and carried it on his shoulder. The others also took out their own weapons and waited quietly. Holy Guard number 9's incantation grew louder and louder. One could clearly see that the colorless crystal in his hand had turned into a dazzling yellow. The powerful spiritual fluctuations caused the air around the crystal to distort violently. The solid earth elemental energy was frantically pouring into it. The combined power of the 4 holy guards was enough to complete a forbidden level spell. As the Tower of Eternity absorbed so much soul power, their strength also increased to a certain extent. At this moment, a golden light flashed and Long Houchin reappeared in front of his companions. He didn't say anything and went directly to the 4 holy guards. Holy Guard number 9's incantation had reached its final stage. His sonorous incantation caused waves of echoes in the Tower of Eternity. Long Houchin's expression was solemn. It was impossible for him not to be nervous. Stirring up trouble in the heart of Demonic City and targeting the Star Demon's demon god pillar. The audacity of this plan was enough to shock anyone. Moreover, this was without a doubt the most difficult and dangerous mission they had ever undertaken. Fortunately, the Tower of Eternity and Eternal Melody existed, which made this mission feasible. Otherwise, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Finally, the sonorous incantation stopped abruptly. Amidst the violent explosion in the air, Holy Guard number 10, number 11, and number 12 collapsed almost at the same time. The soul fire in their eyes was so weak that only a trace was left. On the other hand, Holy Guard number 9's body was full of yellow light. Solid earth element was frantically injected into the crystal. One could clearly see that there were complex mageweths appearing around the crystal. Even just by looking at it, one could feel how violent the energy it stored was. The yellow light suddenly converged, and all the mageweths seemed to have drilled into the crystal and disappeared in an instant. The entire crystal was dark yellow in color, but it emitted a faint layer of dark golden radiance. Holy Guard number 9 brought the crystal to Long Houchin. His hands were trembling. It was obvious that he had consumed a lot of energy. Long Houchin took the crystal and nodded to him. Holy Guard number 9 immediately sat cross-legged in the distance and quietly recovered his exhausted soul power. Long Houchin turned to look at his companions and nodded to them. The golden light flashed again, and he disappeared from everyone's sight once again. The members of the Glimmer of Dawn monster hunters understood that from this moment on, their plan had officially begun. All of them simultaneously became nervous, but there was also an indescribable excitement in the midst of their nervousness. Long Houchin silently reappeared in a corner outside the Moon Demon Palace. Lightly tapping the ground with the tip of his foot, he didn't use any spiritual energy. He only borrowed the strength of his body to soar up. The outer walls of the Moon Demon Palace were more than 10 meters tall, but they were nothing in front of Long Houchin's explosive strength. His right hand pressed against the top of the wall, and his head was already looking into the Moon Demon Palace. The place he was currently in had been carefully chosen. He and Yi had discussed for a long time yesterday before finally deciding on this place. This place was located to the side of the Moonfiend main hall of the Moonfiend Palace. Within the Moonfiend main hall, the deity seat of the past Moonfiend gods was enshrined. Behind the main hall was where the ordinary Moonfiends, apart from the Moonfiend royalty, dined. In the Moon Demon Palace, there was no place more important than the main hall. If the Moon Demon Agars was in the Moon Demon Palace, his demon god pillars would be here. At that time, the main hall would undoubtedly be impregnable. But now that Agars wasn't here, the Moon Demon pillars were naturally also not here. It was a time of emptiness. Long Houchin's eyes narrowed slightly as he judged the location. Even with his steady mind, his heart couldn't help but race at this moment. Once the operation began, there was no turning back. He had to continue. The dark yellow crystal in his right hand was releasing a scorching heat in his palm. Long Houchin took a deep breath, calming his surging emotions. His eyes flashed with a cold light. With a sudden flick of his wrist, the yellow crystal in his hand shot out like lightning. At this moment, he no longer hid his spiritual energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use the crystal's full power. The yellow light flashed, crossing hundreds of meters of space and accurately landing on the ground outside the main hall. With a whoosh, it directly drilled into the soil and disappeared. When Long Houchin saw it enter the ground, he immediately turned around and left. He didn't stop at all. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he leaped out at the fastest speed possible. After determining the direction, he sped away according to his plan. He still couldn't release his spiritual wings. If he did, it would be too obvious in Demonic City. However, he had already unleashed the maximum speed he could muster on the ground. As Long Houchin sped away, the main hall was still calm. The ground outside was no different from before. It was as if nothing had changed. However, the light elemental fluctuations that had appeared in that instant had attracted the attention of the powerful moon devils. After all, in Demonic City, which was full of dark elemental energy, the sudden appearance of light elemental energy was very suspicious. Just a few seconds after Long Houchin sped away, a few purple figures had already appeared at the side of the main hall. They looked around suspiciously at the space that the yellow crystal had just passed through. A detection spell had already been activated. What's going on? Was there a light elemental fluctuation just now? A tall and handsome moon devil asked doubtfully. Although he was wearing a long robe, the bulging muscles under the robe could be faintly seen. Another moon devil with a slender figure said in a low voice, "That's right, I felt it too. Why did light elemental energy suddenly appear? Is there any result from the detection spell?" "No, everything is normal." The third moon devil shook his head. These 3 moon devils were around the 8th order. Among the moon devils, they could only be considered very ordinary adults. The tall moon devil who spoke first said in a low voice, "Something's not right. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this. Light elemental energy would not appear for no reason. Even the light elemental energy of sunlight cannot penetrate the heart city. A human with light elemental energy must have been here just now. Let's search more carefully." Just as they were speaking, suddenly the expressions of the 3 moon devils changed at the same time. They subconsciously lowered their heads to look at their feet. They were shocked to see that a layer of seemingly gentle, pale yellow light was slowly emitting from the ground beneath their feet. Furthermore, this yellow light was continuously spreading outwards. Why was there earth elemental energy again? The 3 moon devils had a strange feeling. However, the earth elemental energy that had appeared now was very gentle and weak. To them, it was not a threat at all. At this time, more moon devils had rushed over, and the yellow on the ground was becoming thicker. "Something's wrong. Look." One of the moon devils suddenly cried out in alarm. The group of moon devils looked in the direction of his finger. They were shocked to find that the walls of the main hall had already been covered with a layer of pale yellow. "Quick, suppress it with darkness." One of the stronger moon devils roared out, and all the other moon devils immediately lit up with a dark purple glow. The moon devils were not weak, and almost all of them were Type 8 powerhouses. However, they were still a step too late. Even a Type 9 moon devil could only defend himself against a forbidden spell that had already been activated. In order to stop this forbidden spell, the only way was for the moon demon Agars to be within the main hall. Rumble. The ground trembled violently as a terrifying earth elemental energy surged out like a geyser. Within a kilometer radius, the thick earth elemental energy surged violently. Following that boom, the ground instantly cracked. The entire moon demon palace, and even the entire demonic city, trembled from this sudden boom. What was going on? The same question appeared in the minds of the moon devils. They were all Type 8 powerhouses and their senses were naturally strong. That sudden appearance of the earth elemental energy that threatened their lives caused them to flee in panic. All of them flew up into the sky. Regardless of race, when their lives were threatened, the first thing they would consider was their own safety. It was also at this moment that a second rumble suddenly sounded. At that moment, it felt as though a giant dragon was rising up from beneath the earth. Large swathes of the Demon Moon Palace's ground cracked open, sending countless rocks and soil flying into the air. Intense rumbling sounds rang out like rolling thunder amidst the terrifying earth elemental fluctuations. The main hall was truly the most important structure of the Moon Devils. Even under such an explosion, it only trembled but did not explode. Around the main hall, layers of dark purple light rippled outwards. This was its own defensive formation. It could only be used for defensive purposes. This was the base of the moon devils, where the gods of the past moon demon were worshipped. How could it be so easily shaken? Even though the moon demon main hall did not have the moon demon divine pillar as the array core, its defensive power was still incomparably terrifying. However, as the instigator of this explosion, Long Houchin had never intended to destroy the main hall. He and Yu Yi had analyzed all the details. Naturally, he was well aware of the extent of the defensive capabilities of the moon demon main hall. Hence, his goal was not to destroy the main hall, but to make use of the forbidden spell of the Ninth Saint Guard to let everyone know that someone had attacked the main hall. At that moment, the forbidden spell finally unleashed its full power. The terrifying explosion caused the entire demon capital to tremble, and large swathes of the moon demon palace's walls collapsed. Dust and rocks flew out in all directions. The terrifying explosion was something that even a Type 9 powerhouse did not dare to get close to. Although the defenses of the main hall were strong, that was its own defense and not the ground beneath it. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a thunderous sound rang out. The entire moon demon palace was actually pushed up into the sky by a terrifying force. One could clearly see an earthen yellow dragon brazenly burrowing out of the main palace of the moon demon. This dragon was over 100 m long, and it was twisting about madly. The terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations were coming from its body. The dense earth elemental energy caused the surrounding rocks and dirt to explode. It was as though every single rock was filled with explosive energy. Those moon devils who could not dodge in time had already screamed out in agony. The dining hall of the moon devils had long since collapsed. In just a short while, at least a third of the palace had been reduced to rubble, and the rubble was still exploding. Only the most important buildings within the moon demon palace, which had defensive arrays, had survived. As for the forbidden spell, the main hall, which was located right above the earth dragon, was pushed hundreds of meters into the air by the powerful earth elemental energy. Regardless of where one was in the heart of the capital, one could see it clearly. The earthen yellow dragon did not chase after it. It only rolled around in a frenzy, emitting powerful earth elemental energy waves. Even a rank 9 moon devil clan powerhouse would not dare to get close at this time. Among the forbidden spells, the earth dragon's upturn was not the strongest. This was because it had a huge flaw, and that was its range. The range of forbidden spells was usually very wide, but the earth dragon's upturn was limited to a diameter of 500 m. The surrounding explosions were just the aftermath of the spell itself. Its true power was at its strongest within a 500 m radius. However, it was also because of this that the power of this earth dragon was so terrifying that it surpassed many earth-type forbidden spells. It would not attack directly, but if you tried to attack it, you would be out of luck. This earth dragon was truly formed from the power of the earth. Compared to the spiritual energy released by the forbidden spell, this earth dragon's total spiritual energy exceeded 300,000. Of course, it could only cause destruction in place for a short period of time. After that, it would dissipate on its own. This was another flaw of the earth dragon's upturn. Therefore, if a powerful earth magic god used this forbidden spell, it meant that his goal was to destroy the building and not to kill the enemy. In Long Houchin's entire plan, there was nothing more suitable than the earth dragon's upturn. The crystal that Yu Yi gave him could store forbidden spell level spiritual energy for a short period of time. However, the spiritual energy would dissipate over time. Therefore, it had to be used quickly after storing it. It was impossible for Holy Guard No. 9 to complete the forbidden spell and travel through space with Long Houchin through the eternal melody at the same time. This was a big problem that Long Houchin was facing, but it was solved by this crystal. At this moment, the earth dragon's upturn had completed its mission perfectly. It had already attracted the attention of all the powerful demons in the heart of the capital. Focus your attacks and protect the main hall. A loud and clear voice sounded. Under the support of the purplish-black cloud, 2 dark purple figures quietly appeared in the sky next to the Moon Demon main hall. One of the figures flashed and entered the Moon Demon main hall. The other figure descended slightly. Immediately after, a myriad of purple lights burst forth from his body, forming a huge purple light barrier that shrouded the earth dragon that was still churning. How domineering was this to face the forbidden spell head-on? Of course, he didn't want to obliterate the forbidden spell, but to control its power. The appearance of these 2 figures immediately calmed the somewhat panicked moon devils. A large number of moon devils in the sky began to pour out their powerful magic energy. A portion of them protected the Moon Demon main hall, while the other portion and the second figure continued to suppress the Earth Dragon's upturn. Without a doubt, the 2 who suddenly controlled the scene and commanded the Moon Devils were 2 of the Moon Devil for Heavenly Kings. Agars and the Demon Emperor had gone to the Exorcist Mountain Pass to take away 2 Moon Devil Heavenly Kings, leaving these 2 to guard the Moon Demon Palace. They were the true peak experts of the Moon Devils. As the second largest race of demons, the Moon Devils were caught unprepared by the sudden forbidden spell. However, they were able to react in time and reduce the damage as much as possible. Even so, the sudden forbidden spell had destroyed a large number of buildings in the Moon Demon Palace. It wasn't something that could be repaired in a short time. At this time, a large number of light figures appeared in the sky above Demon City. Black was the majority of them. They were all rushing towards the Moon Demon Palace. Long Haochen did not seem to feel anything about the changes that had taken place in Shanghai. However, in reality, his mental strength had already been activated to the maximum after he had cast the crystal. He was sensing all the changes that had taken place in all directions. The instant the Moon Demon main hall soared into the sky, Long Haochen increased his speed. He knew that he had already accomplished his initial goal. He had chosen this path after careful consideration and careful comparison. It wasn't the shortest path from the Moon Demon Palace to the Star Demon Palace, but it was definitely the most concealed one. Almost the entire path was hidden in the shadows of the buildings. At his current speed, he wouldn't even be able to see his shadow clearly if he didn't look carefully. At critical moments like this, Long Haochen's temperament became steadier and steadier. This was the case now. His breathing gradually steadied as he sped forward. The pure light elemental energy within his body didn't leak out in the slightest. He was completely relying on external spiritual power to propel his body forward. They've finally made a move. Long Haochen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He quietly retracted a portion of his spiritual force. He could clearly sense that there were at least 100 figures flying out from the direction of the Star Demon Palace. They were heading straight for the Moon Demon Palace. They were also the first of the major factions in Demon City to make a move. The close relationship between the Moon Demon Palace and the Star Demon Palace proved that Long Haochen's plan was correct. After the Star Demon Palace made a move, the next figure to appear was the Demon Palace. At that moment, Long Haochen quickly retracted his spiritual force. He didn't dare probe any further. Demons are really powerful. Long Haochen sighed inwardly. The moment he retracted his spiritual force probe, he could clearly sense that among the demons flying in the sky, there were at least 40 of them who had a cultivation base of at least the 9th stage. What kind of terrifying power was this? This was the true strength of the demons' mainstay. Not to mention that the Demon Emperor had taken some of them with him. I must succeed today. Long Haochen clenched his fists with determination. As the black figures converged on the Moon Demon Palace, he finally arrived outside the Star Demon Palace. Long Haochen paused for a moment before he leapt into the air. He floated up from an inconspicuous spot on the side of the Star Demon Palace. A yellow, star-shaped gem had appeared in his right hand at some point. There was a faint layer of elemental undulations around the star demon palace's periphery, but they naturally disappeared when they came into contact with Long Houchen's body. On the other hand, the gem in Long Houchen's hand only emitted a faint layer of warmth. Long Houchen had made the most meticulous calculations and judgments when he decided to carry out this plan in the end. His conversation with Yi had given him a comprehensive understanding of the Moon Demon Palace and the Star Demon Palace. Yi had also provided him with a few of the most important items. This included the crystal that could release forbidden spells, as well as the crystal in his hand that could allow him to pass through the Star Demon Palace's outer boundary. Distorted spiritual force pulsed soundlessly on the surface of Long Houchen's body. It was extremely difficult for any spiritual detection magic to detect him at this moment. This was only possible if the target's spiritual power exceeded his by more than 3 times, and the target's spiritual power was coincidentally concentrated. This was Long Houchen's first time entering the Star Demon Palace. However, he seemed like an old horse that knew the way. Instead of slowing down, he sped up and sped along the outermost yellow palace walls. Thanks to his effective concealment, he didn't make a single sound. He had simulated all the routes he had planned with Yi countless times. This place was unfamiliar to him, but the route was incomparably familiar to him. Long Houchen knew that he didn't have much time left. Regardless of whether this plan succeeded or not, he and his companions only had one chance. If their attack failed, they would have to retreat immediately. They were getting closer and closer to their destination. The Star Demon Palace was just like the Moon Demon Palace. They both occupied a vast area, but it wouldn't take long for Long Houchen to traverse the entire palace at his current speed. Palace after palace swept past him, but Long Houchen didn't encounter a single star demon. It looked like the star demons had mobilized all their elites in order to rescue the Moon Demon Palace. He saw it. Long Houchen's gaze suddenly froze, and his footsteps slowed down. It was a palace that looked like a pagoda. It was very tall, but it didn't have the many levels of a pagoda. The entire palace was 30 meters tall, but it occupied less than 500 square meters. It looked very tall. The entire palace was orange-yellow in color, which was different from the orange-red color of the Epic Palace. It had a mysterious aura that belonged to darkness. The orange-yellow light slowly disappeared and reappeared as if a person was breathing. Even just by looking at it, an invisible pressure quietly formed in Long Houchen's body. This was the place where the Star Demon Pillar was located in the Star Demon Tower. It was also the destination of Long Houchen and his companions. Outside the Star Demon Divine Pagoda, there were 2 star demons standing there quietly. At that moment, they were looking at the sky far away, and their faces were filled with doubt. Both of them were dressed in orange robes with an orange staff in their hands. From the aura emitted from their bodies, it could be seen that these 2 guards of the Star Demon Divine Tower were actually rank 9 experts. Rank 9 star demons. Although Long Houchen had already found out from Yi that the ones guarding the Star Demon Tower would be 9th stage experts, when he really saw the 2 9th stage star demons, he could not help but feel nervous. He wasn't nervous because of the other party's strength, but because of time. He had to get rid of the 2 star demons' obstruction in the shortest time possible and rush into the Star Demon Tower to destroy the Star Demon Pillar. Moreover, he had to escape unscathed. This was the heart of the demonic capital. He definitely did not have the time to kill these 2 star demons and then enter the Star Demon Tower. The other party was a Type 9 powerhouse after all. If they were somewhere else, Long Houchen would have some confidence in leading his companions against these Type 9 powerhouses who were not demon gods. However, here, he could not go all out to kill them. Moreover, he could not stop the other party from releasing the signal that the Star Demon Tower was under attack. Everything could only be a race against time. With a flash of golden light, Long Houchen disappeared silently. The next moment, when he reappeared, he had all his companions by his side. However, there was no Haoyue. This was because Long Houchin knew very well that now was not the time to summon Haoyue. Haoyue's aura was too sensitive to demon gods. These were already 2 9th-stage star demons. If they lured the star demon Vashik over, then they would not have any chance at all. No matter how weak Vashik was, he could still delay for a little time. Hence, only when facing the star demon pillar and then teleporting Haoyue, who was already prepared to attack with all his might, could they succeed in one strike. At this moment, Haoyue was chanting incantations in his own space. Amidst the intense purple bloodline power, he increased the power he could unleash to the maximum. His appearance was the moment when the fatal blow arrived. When Long Houchin and his companions teleported over, the 2 9th-stage star demons discovered their existence. The expressions of the 2 star demons changed at the same time, and they raised the staffs in their hands. Charge! Long Houchin bellowed and transformed into a ray of golden light that charged towards the 2 star demons. It was the knight's fastest skill, light speed flash. At this moment he no longer held back. The 4 spiritual wings on his back shone, and he raised his speed to the maximum. All the demon hunters from the light of dawn also charged forward at their fastest speed. The attacks that they had long prepared were fully unleashed at this moment. A ray of red light and a ray of purple light swept past the 2 sides of Long Houchin's body and attacked the 2 star demons first. Although the 2 star demons were both level 9 powerhouses, they were still caught off guard due to the fact that they were caught unawares. The combination of the vigorous light pill and the spiritual stove of purple godly thunder produced a purple thunderbolt that once forced the leopard demon god Ozzy to retreat. Although the 2 star demons in front of them were strong, there was still a gap between them and the demon god Ozzy. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's attack was the same as Sima Xian's. It was the strongest attack that he could make, the Fire God's Finger. It was the Fire God's Finger that was mixed with the Hellfire Needle. Wang Yuan and Zhang Fangfang followed Long Houchin from both sides and charged forward. Meanwhile, Kai had already attached herself to Long Houchin's back. At this moment, Long Houchin had a cold expression. In his hands, the aria of the Goddess of Light, Blue Rain, and Hibiscus of Light shone brightly. The magic staffs in the hands of the 2 9th-stage star demons emitted an orange light. 2 intense orange halos burst forth from their bodies at the same time. As the most powerful magical race among the demons, the star demons naturally had many ways to protect themselves. In particular, the 9th-stage star demons had extremely terrifying abilities. The 2 layers of orange halos happened to block the front of the star demon tower completely. There were no gaps at all. It could be seen that on the foreheads of the 2 star demons, there was an orange star that lit up. Their eyes had also turned orange. In the midst of a loud bang, Sima Xian and Lin Xian's attacks were the first to bombard the 2 light shields. However, what was shocking was that although the 2 light shields trembled violently from the bombardment, there were only a few cracks on them. How could the defense be so powerful? And it was even an instantaneous defensive magic. If he had not met Yu Yi and had some understanding of the star demons guarding here, Long Houchin's advancement would definitely be delayed, because the instantaneous defensive magic cast by the 2 star demons was too powerful. Yu Yi had told Long Houchin that although these 2 star demons guarding the star demon tower were not the strongest among the star demons, they had been practicing defensive magic since they were young, and only practicing defensive magic. They had only one mission, which was to protect the star demon Vasak and even the star demon tower. Therefore, their attainments in defensive magic could be said to be the strongest among the demons today. If they were given enough time to chant, even the star demon himself would need a long time to break through their defense. Of course, Long Houchin would not give them enough time to recite their magic. Their appearance was very sudden, and they had caught the 2 star demons off guard. At the same time that the orange light shield was released, the 2 star demons were already chanting quickly. However, Long Houchin and his partners had already arrived. With a loud bang, Long Houchen's body hit the 2 layers of light shields fiercely. Immediately after that, the 2 swords in his hands made a strange movement. The 2 swords combined. The orange-red aria of the goddess of light overlapped with the aquamarine blue rain and hibiscus of light above his head. Although Long Houchen's body was bounced back from the collision, the 2 divine swords had completed the process of merging. At this moment, the 6-winged Yuting appeared behind Long Houchen. It was obvious that she was already prepared. She turned into a golden flowing light and entered through the gap between the 2 divine swords. A strange scene appeared. An indescribable brilliance suddenly burst forth from the 2 swords that had merged. It was a terrifying aura that came from the ancient times. Starting from the tip of the sword, the incandescent brilliance replaced the original orange-red and aquamarine brilliance. An indescribable holiness and sharpness burst forth in an instant. There was no terrifying spiritual power fluctuation, but there was a supreme light aura that was filled with the light aura of creation. Break! Long Houchen bellowed. The pure light elements on his body were contaminated by the fusion of the 2 divine swords, and they turned incandescent. A terrifying spiritual power fluctuation burst forth instantly. The divine swords slashed forward. There was no ear-piercing sound of friction, nor was there a violent roar. When the holy incandescent divine sword in Long Houchen's hands slashed on the light shield in front of him, what appeared was the feeling of a hot knife cutting into butter. A white mark appeared on the light shield silently. Immediately after, Long Houchen's body had already collided with it again. Amidst the ear-piercing shattering sound, the 2 layers of yellow light shields instantly turned into countless yellow light spots and scattered in all directions. Long Houchen's body continued to rush forward and collided with the door of the Star Demon Tower. At the moment of the collision, he was like an incandescent hedgehog. Countless sharp swords burst forth and covered both sides. Sword Star Shower, the Punishment Knight's powerful area of effect skill. Under Long Houchen's strong control, the Sword Star Shower condensed into 2 waves and enveloped the 2 star demons who were preparing to cast their spells at the same time. If Long Houchen was still using the 2 epic divine swords from before, he would not be able to gain any advantage against the Sword Star Shower performed by the 2 ninth stage star demons. However, the divine swords in his hands were no longer the aria of the goddess of light, blue rain, and hibiscus of light. Instead, there were special divine swords that were combined. Chapter 221. This divine sword was filled with the aura of creation and life. The combination of light and water gave birth to this sword of creation. It did not have the 7 colors of ordinary artifacts, but it had its own unique color. Because of this, it had completely surpassed the realm of ordinary artifacts. Faced with such an attack, even a demon god might not be able to withstand it completely. The 2 ninth stage star demons could no longer care about releasing their magic to protect the Star Demon Tower. They could only forcefully put up an orange light shield each and retreated quickly. There was finally a roar. In the capital of the demons, in the core area of the star demons, an indescribably strong light aura suddenly exploded. The 2 ninth stage star demons spat out blood and retreated at the same time. Their shield was broken again. Even Long Houchen did not expect his attack to have such a strong effect when it landed on the 2 star demons. It was a pity that they were in the Star Demon Palace. Otherwise, as long as he and his partners attacked a few more times, the 2 star demons would definitely not be spared. This was the first time Long Houchen used the divine sword of life and creation. It was also one of his biggest trump cards. Its power was so strong that it had far exceeded his expectations. Long Houchen was now completely sure that even if the sword god of light, Yu Wushang, was resurrected, his weapon would definitely not be as strong as the divine sword in his hand. The soul of the divine sword of life and creation was Yuting. Its body was the perfect combination of the aria of the goddess of light, blue rain, and hibiscus of light. It was a real artifact, and it was an existence that surpassed ordinary artifacts. Although it could not be compared to a supreme artifact like the Tower of Eternity, it was close to the level of the true hidden power of the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield. Long Houchen had already comprehended this fusion sword after he killed the leopard demon god. This comprehension was brought to him by Yuting. As a fusion spiritual stove, Yuting's role had always been more of a support. However, only Long Houchen knew that among all the spiritual stoves that he and his partners had, none of them could be compared to Yuting. This was because Yuting was a spiritual stove with intelligence. In terms of spiritual stove level, Yuting had already surpassed the level of a level 1 spiritual stove and had entered the level of an intelligent spiritual stove. Of course, compared to the legendary intelligent spiritual stove, Yuting was still lacking. However, her help to Long Houchen was already huge. The meteorite had been absorbed by the two swords to strengthen their bodies. Yuting had told Long Houchen that the two swords were very compatible with each other. That was why she had suggested to upgrade the quality of the two swords at the same time. However, these two divine swords were not refined using a complete set of methods after all. Their qualities and auras were different. How could he make them complete the fusion of the two swords? Regarding this point, Yuting had been silently working hard. After knowing that she had finally found the key point of compatibility, she told the good news to Long Houchen. Light and water were the two essential elements for life. That was how creation and life were born. The extremely high compatibility of the two divine swords made it possible for them to fuse together, and Yuting herself was the catalyst for this fusion. After fusing with the Saint's spiritual stove, Yuting had the Saint's spiritual stove's nurturing ability. Therefore, the two divine swords had been absorbing the meteorite through her nurturing. In a sense, it was because of Yuting's nurturing that the two divine swords had been reborn. Therefore, they had an extremely high affinity with Yuting. Yuting was not human. Even if she looked like a real entity, she was not a real entity. Therefore, when she appeared in the form of a sword spirit, she acted as a catalyst in the process of the two divine swords' fusion. The two divine swords that had absorbed the meteorite finally completed their fusion for the first time. The sword of creation and life was thus born. Long Houchen could not be bothered to experience the wonders that the divine swords brought to him. After a heavy collision, the door that he was aiming for was finally smashed open. Without any hesitation, Long Houchen and his partners had already rushed in. From the start of the operation until now, it could be said that everything had been going smoothly. Moreover, his sword meteor shower had even severely injured the two 9th level star demons. This was an unexpected surprise. Now, it seemed that they really had the possibility of success. Long Houchen rushed in first. However, Wang Yuanyuan and Zhang Fangfang did not follow immediately. Instead, they waited at the door and only rushed in after Lin, Xan, Chining, Hanyu, and Sima Xian had rushed in. Then, they quickly closed the door of the Star Demon Tower. Outside, the two 9th level star demons had already let out an extremely sharp howl. However, no matter how they released a distress signal, Long Houchen and the rest had still entered the Star Demon Tower. A gray figure silently watched everything that was happening in front of the Star Demon Tower in a dark corner. From his tightly clenched fists, it could be seen that he was very nervous at the moment. They are too daring. No wonder I kept feeling that something was wrong. They actually locked their target on the Star Demon Pillar. But can they succeed? This is too dangerous. Taking a deep breath, the gray figure continued to remain silent. However, his mind was in an indescribable state of confusion. A terrifying spiritual fluctuation circulated in the air. Long Houchen's eyes flickered as he looked forward. Entering the Star Demon Tower suddenly, the first feeling that it gave him was that it was illusory, just like when he first entered the Tower of Eternity. Different from the magnificence of the Tower of Eternity, the illusory feeling in the Star Demon Tower was full of mystery. Everything was emitting a dark gold luster. Under their feet was a huge dark gold array. On it were many symbols that Long Houchin and the rest had never seen before. They could be sure that these symbols were not ancient Elven, but a special kind of magic rune. These runes spread from the ground to all the walls of the Star Demon Tower. And in the center of the Star Demon Tower, a huge pillar that needed 4 people to wrap their arms around stood there. From the outside, the Star Demon Tower did not seem very big, but when they entered, Long Houchin and the rest were surprised to find that the area inside the Star Demon Tower was comparable to the Sanctuary Alliance's great trial field. On the huge pillar that connected the sky and the earth, a layer of dark gold light was slowly emitting. On top of the pillar, there were also many orange-yellow stars shining brightly. These stars were big, small, illusory, and real. Almost every one of them was different in color and size, but at a glance, it still felt like they were a whole. The strange, magical fluctuations gave people the feeling of seeing the future. At this moment, Long Houchin only felt as if there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him. It was not a good feeling. This is the Star Demon Pillar? Boss, hurry up. Sima Xian was already shouting impatiently. Long Houchin immediately woke up from that strange feeling. How could I be immersed in this feeling? While Long Houchin blamed himself, he quickly summoned Hao Yue. They had finally arrived here, and everything was going so smoothly. Next, they had to cooperate with Hao Yue and go all out to destroy the Star Demon Pillar in front of them. After the attack was completed, Long Houchin would teleport all his partners back to the Tower of Eternity. Then he would find a way to break out of the encirclement and rush as far as he could. After all, it was obviously best to be far away from the Star Demon Palace, and then teleport back to the Tower of Eternity. After all, when he reappeared, he could only be in the place where he had disappeared. Of course, this was the best plan. If things really couldn't be done, they could only teleport away from the nearest place. This was Long Houchin's complete plan. He had mobilized almost all the demons in the heart of Magic City to create a diversion and attack where the enemy needed to be rescued. Then he would attack the Star Demon Tower with lightning speed. The whole plan was nearing its end, and now it was up to Hao Yue. However, Hao Yue did not appear. In just an instant, Long Houchin was stunned. His whole body trembled violently as if he had been electrocuted, because the summoning had failed. Yes, he had actually failed in the process of summoning Hao Yue. This was the first time since Long Houchin and Hao Yue had formed a contract that had failed. He actually could not find Hao Yue's existence, could not establish their bloodline connection, and could not bring it into this world. The connection between them had been inexplicably and unknowingly severed. How was this possible? During the planning of this operation, Long Houchin had meticulously planned and responded to all possible problems. The only thing he had not expected was that the connection between him and Hao Yue would be severed. But this situation had happened right before his eyes. It had happened in such an important and awkward situation. Seeing Long Houchin's body tremble, Kai, who had been clinging to his back, hurriedly came out. Houchin, what's wrong? Every member of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters saw the shock in Long Houchin's eyes. Their hearts sank at the same time. A strong sense of foreboding instantly spread through each of them. I can't contact Hao Yue. I can't summon it, Long Houchin said, almost losing his voice. Even with his position as the leader of the team and his many years of experience, his heart was still in chaos at this moment. This was the heart of Magic City. It was also the core of the Star Demon Palace, the Star Demon Tower. For such a problem to appear at this time was very likely to be devastating for them. It was also at this moment that a strange voice was heard. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a very, very long time. Welcome, Long Houchin, Austin and Griffin's spokesperson. An orange-yellow light suddenly sprinkled down from the top of the Star Demon Pillar and shone on the ground. An orange-yellow figure also appeared in the middle of the light pillar. He was sitting cross-legged in midair. The orange-yellow robe made his appearance, not much different from an ordinary star demon. However, he had a pair of eyes that seemed to see through everything. His deep eyes were a yellow crystal color. If one looked closely, they would be able to see the endless night sky from his eyes. His long hair was draped behind his head as he floated there quietly. His handsome face looked a little pale. He had a special temperament that was exactly the same as the star demon pillar. Even though it was the first time everyone had seen him, a name emerged in the minds of the monster hunters from the light of dawn. Star demon Vasak. An ominous premonition instantly rose in everyone's hearts. The star demon Vasak had actually appeared here. It was also at this moment that they lost the ability to summon Hayue. What did this mean? It meant that this was a trap from the start. Long Haochen almost blurted out, "Yi?" Yes, the problem must be with Yi. He could not imagine that this was really a trap. He could not even think of a single flaw that Yi had revealed. At this moment, his body was already soaked in cold sweat. However, even in such a disadvantageous situation, Long Haochen was still barely able to remain calm. Without any hesitation, he immediately mobilized his spiritual power and mental power, fully activating the eternal melody in his chest. A strong golden light instantly burst out from his chest, enveloping himself and all his companions. The people from the Light of Dawn monster hunters naturally knew what he was going to do and hurriedly moved closer to him. They had no intention of making a move at all. The star demon Vasak's appearance here proved that their plan had failed. In that case, they could only leave as soon as possible. As long as they could return to the Tower of Eternity, they would have a chance to make a comeback. The golden light bloomed and then disappeared. Did everything disappear in this teleportation? Star demon Vasak quietly looked at Long Haochen, who was activating the eternal melody, but did not stop him at all. His gaze was still so calm, and there seemed to be a hint of sadness and disappointment in it. His face also seemed to become paler. He could not help but cough lightly. The golden light disappeared, but the person did not disappear with it. Long Haochen, Kai, Lin, Xian, Wang Yuan, and all the members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters were still standing where they were before, still in the Star Demon Tower, still in front of the Star Demon and his Star Demon pillar. They did not leave in the teleportation, nor did they disappear in the teleportation. Not good. While everyone's expression changed, Hanyu had already quickly crashed into the door of the Star Demon Tower behind him. The teleportation actually failed. Although they did not know what Star Demon Vasak had done, it was obvious that they could not teleport away from here. Even if everyone understood that they had fallen into a trap that would probably doom them eternally, at this time they still had to fight, not willing to give up even the slightest chance. Boom! Hanyu slammed into the tower door, but his body was bounced back at an even faster speed. A layer of soft, dark golden luster also lit up the entire Star Demon Tower at any time. On the ground, on the walls, all the dark golden mageweths emitted a bright luster at this moment, illuminating the entire Star Demon Tower. The strange elemental fluctuations made them unable to feel the existence of any dark aura. But at this moment, Long Haochen clearly felt that they were already in a cage that they could not break out of no matter what. His heart had already sunk to the bottom. At this moment, Long Haochen already understood that today they might not be able to escape. However, he did not understand that he had actually fallen into such a trap that seemed impossible to exist at all. I know you are not reconciled, and you do not understand. The star demon god Vasak said indifferently, among the humans, you are undoubtedly an outstanding existence. In fact, even if you are bound to die here today, you can be proud of your death, because in order to be able to kill you without any accidents, my race has used almost all of its power. From the moment the Holy War began, this plan began. A plan launched by tens of millions of people is slowly unfolding. No matter how smart you are, no matter how strong your ability and the inheritance of light, in the end, you will inevitably come here into my star demon tower to end this plan. Long Houchin took a deep breath. In the face of a desperate situation, his heart gradually calmed down. As the saying goes, there is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. In his heart, he understood that the demons would not give them even the slightest chance of survival after setting up such a big trap. Since that was the case, even if he was going to die here, he would do his best to fight the enemy and do his best to make his death more valuable. I would like to hear the details. Long Houchin's voice had also become indifferent as he looked at the star demon god hovering in the air with a burning gaze. There was a look of approval in Vasak's eyes. You are worthy of me describing this process for you. You are the only human I have ever seen who is qualified to do so. The moment you entered the Star Demon Tower, this plan came to a perfect end. And I actually saw the whole process. I saw it a few years ago. Do you think that Yi lied to you? Was she the one who led you into this trap? Vasak said with a smile. His tone was less indifferent and more angry. Long Houchin said coldly, Is that not the case? Vasak shook his head and said, Of course not. If she had been lying to you all this time, how could you not have discovered it with your keen perception? At least subconsciously, you would have felt danger. It is because everything is true that you will eventually be fooled. Yi is only a part of this plan. Even now, she has no idea that you have fallen into this trap that we have launched with the power of the entire race. Long Houchin was slightly stunned. Yi did not lie to me. She was also one of the deceived. You already knew about our cooperation with her? Vasak shook his head again. We didn't know anything. It was she who gave the game away. Her Yi Chamber of Commerce is not a monolithic piece after all. In fact, it is not difficult to make her believe us. The difficult part is to make you believe us, to make you follow our plan step by step to get here. Because a chosen like you is born with a strong sense of danger. Even if there are some changes on our side during the development of the plan, it will arouse your vigilance. And I also believe that you are a very cautious human. Once you find any clues, your plan will not continue at all, right? Long Houchin said indifferently, But I still fell into your trap. Vasak said, That is because this trap is too perfect. Almost everything you see is true, including what Yi told you, that my cultivation is only 1/10 of my peak is also true. His Majesty Demon Emperor and Moon Demon leading numerous demon gods to the Exorcist Mountain Pass is also true. This holy war started because of you is also true. It is precisely because of the combination of so many truths that you did not sense it. That is why you came here. Long Houchin was stunned. Is it true that you only have 1/10 of your strength? Aren't you afraid that we will kill you now? Even if I cannot summon Haoyue, cannot teleport out of here, and cannot destroy your demon god pillar. But as long as we can kill you, our deaths will be worth it. Vasak smiled and said, You are wrong. For you, it is not worth it. If I can use my life to exchange for your life, then the truth is that my clan has made a profit, a great profit, a great profit. Because since my clan descended to the holy demon continent 6,000 years ago, you're the only existence that has a chance of subverting us. If I continue to let you grow stronger, then, one day, you will become the life and death enemy of my race. So, for you, I used my life force as the price of the great prophecy technique, the true great prophecy technique. In the great prophecy technique, I saw many, many things. Although it cost me 100 years of my life force, it is worth it for the future of the demons. I saw your astonishing growth, saw your appearance when you killed my people, and also saw the process of you heading to the Exorcist Mountain Pass and finally arriving here. Although I cannot see everything clearly, even after you arrived here, my great prophecy technique still has some obscure changes. But I can feel that this is the only chance to kill you, the only chance to kill Austin and Griffin. If I cannot kill you this time, then what I see is the twilight of my race. So, no matter what, today, you can only stay here forever stay here. Blessed of the goddess of light, in fact, if it is only you, it is not enough to bring such a huge threat to my race. In fact, what we want to kill is only Austin and Griffin. Even now, with our absolute strength, we are still unwilling to face it, because only it has the ability to tear apart the barrier here. We are not willing to have even the slightest possibility of deviation. So you are here, but it cannot come. As long as you die, no matter how powerful its bloodline is, it can only follow you. You are the one who brought it to this world. So its life will also be ended by you. Don't you want to know what exactly is it? Why are we so afraid of it? It is not only me. Even His Majesty is equally worried about its existence. I don't want to know. Long Houchin suddenly shouted, and his body moved along with his sword. His left foot tapped the ground, and his entire body had already charged up like a white dragon. The sword of creation and life swept up and went straight for the star demon in the air. After falling into this trap and listening to Star Demon Vasak's explanation, he understood that it would be difficult for everyone to escape today. However, even if there was a slight chance, he would drag the star demon down with him. At the same time that Long Houchin went berserk, all the members of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters also erupted with their strongest attacks at the star demon Vasak. In the face of their sudden attack, Vasak did not react at all. He smiled and shook his head. "Young man, do you still not understand?" Just as he spoke, an indescribably terrifying pressure suddenly came from all directions. It was a terrifying pressure that could not be resisted at all, as if the sky and earth were collapsing. All the skills and spiritual power that were used to launch attacks were instantly shattered. At that moment, Long Houchin was also forcibly suppressed from the air. In the midst of the clanging sound, the sword of creation and life in his hand surged violently with a white, blazing light. The light rolled back and barely protected his body, but he and his sword were ruthlessly smashed to the ground. Two silhouettes silently appeared on either side of the star demon god Vasak. The person on the right was about 2 meters tall, wearing a purple robe with golden edges, and his long hair was loose behind him, tied with a hairband. His eyebrows were picturesque, and he looked as handsome as a woman. A pair of purple eyes faintly glowed with a dark golden light, and in the middle of his forehead there was a faint demonic pattern that looked like a crescent moon. It was Moon Demon Agar's. The person on the left was slowly retracting his right hand. This person did not look very tall, only about 9 meters, and his black waterfall hair floated behind him like a black roulette. His gorgeous black robe hung down, and there were faint purple light patterns shining on it. His skin even looked a little pale, and his pair of blue eyes seemed to reflect the starlight in the universe. In terms of appearance, he was not as good as Moon Demon Agar's. In terms of mysterious aura, he was not as good as Star Demon Vasak. However, he just floated there quietly, but he gave people a feeling that he was the only one in the world. Whether it was Agar's or Vasak, they could only serve as foils next to him. Yes, he was the current ruler of the demons, the leader of the defiant Demon Dragon clan, the first of the 72 demon god pillars, Demon Emperor Feng Xiu. The moment he appeared, Star Demon Vasak naturally straightened up, and together with Moon Demon Agar's, they were behind him by half a minute. Among the 72 demon god pillars of the demons, the first, second, and third strongest demon gods actually appeared together in front of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters. It's him, it's his aura. He actually appeared in person. It's over, Long Houchin and the others are finished. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, isn't this what I wanted to see? But is this really what I wanted to see? Ha ha ha. Tears flowed uncontrollably down the face of the man in gray. His body was trembling violently, but he did not stop. With a flash, he disappeared into thin air. Whether it was Long Houchin or each of his companions at this moment, their faces had become deathly still. Demon Emperor Feng Xiu actually appeared here. The moment he appeared, Long Houchin understood that everything Star Demon Vasak said was true, and he was not stalling for time. When Vesak described the process of him using the great prophecy spell, Long Houchin still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. That Vesak had sensed their arrival and specially came to protect his demon god pillars. And the barrier here originally belonged to the Star Demon Tower. But now he knew that his last glimmer of hope had become a bubble. This was indeed the place of burial that the Demon Emperor had set up for them. Turning around, Long Houchin bowed slightly to his companions. His eyes contained too many emotions. "Boss, I don't regret it. I had this awareness the day I became a demon hunter," Sima Xian said with a hearty laugh. He smashed the vigor pill of light in his hand against his chest. "Boss, we were not born at the same time, but we will die together. This life was worth it." Han Yu roared with bloodshot eyes. Lin Xin chuckled. "Boss, in our next lives, will we still be brothers and teammates? You will still bring us along. I will still be like before, shamelessly asking you to take me in." Wang Yuanyuan said in a low voice. "Boss, when the soul chain first connected our lives, we were already one. This operation was a joint decision of all of us. We don't even know how many demons we've killed. We've already earned enough." Zhang Fangfang hugged Wang Yuanyuan's slender but flexible waist from the side. "Yuanyuan, I just want to hug you right now. It will be my honor to die with you. When we get to the other world, will you marry me?" Chen Ying giggled. "Brother Fangfang, you're actually proposing here. What an original idea. If I had known, I would have brought Wenjiao with me. Sigh, what a loss. Boss, why don't you take me as a concubine when we get to the other world? You're so much better than that young Wenjiao." Only Kai didn't utter a word. She only stared blankly at Long Houchin. Her beautiful eyes rippled, and her body trembled slightly. Long Houchin stepped forward and gently hugged Kai. His gaze swept across the rest of his comrades. "There's no point in saying who's right or wrong. As the leader, the last thing I can do for everyone is to be the first corpse. No one is allowed to snatch it from me. This is an order. To be able to fight alongside all of you for so long is the greatest honor of my life." After saying this, Long Houchin let go of Kai and took a step back. His right fist struck the gold foundation battle armor on his chest with great force, producing a deafening boom. Even the gold foundation battle armor, such a sturdy epic grade armor, was smashed by his fist, leaving a small dent. All the members of Light of Dawn Monster Hunters responded to Long Houchin with their temple's etiquette. Long Houchin suddenly turned around. Facing the 3 demon gods in the air, he took a deep breath. His emotions had completely calmed down. A cold glint flickered in his eyes, but he nodded to Demon Emperor Feng Xiu. "Thank you." He was thanking the Demon Emperor for giving him a chance to bid farewell to his comrades, because during the entire process of their conversation, the 3 demon gods just watched quietly. They didn't have any intention of making a move. "This isn't the first time we've met, right?" Feng Xiu looked at Long Houchin. In his eyes, there was a touch of sadness. Long Houchin was slightly surprised. "You know me." He understood that no matter what, he couldn't escape the demon's clutches today, but he still straightened his back. He was a knight. No matter what the situation was, a knight's spirit couldn't be extinguished. Demon Emperor Feng Xiu said indifferently, "The first time I met you was in the Exorcist Mountain Pass. At that time, I received news from Luo Xian and the others. Knowing that Austin and Griffin might appear, I personally went to investigate. At that time, you were at the top of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. I sensed your presence." Long Houchin said in surprise, "There were so many people at the top of the city wall. Your Majesty actually knew of me?" At that time, he was still very weak. His scion of light physique was far from awakening to become a god's chosen. There were so many powerhouses there, so how could the Demon Emperor notice him? Feng Xiu smiled indifferently. "Because you are different. Unfortunately, at that time, Austin and Griffin concealed their auras. I didn't discover it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have died. The only one who died was it." Long Houchen's eyes revealed a stubborn look. Killing it is no different from killing me. Feng Xiu smiled as he looked at Long Houchen. So similar. I like your character. Compared to you, Abao is more persistent, but he lacks charisma. What a pity, what a pity. At this point, the sorrow in his eyes deepened. The second time I saw you, it should have been in the Moon Demon Palace. You brat, you really are amazing. You actually made a mess of Agarz's Moon Demon Palace. Just now, he almost couldn't help but attack you, but in order to trap you in this dangerous place. We watched helplessly as you used your forbidden spell to wreak havoc in the Moon Demon Palace. Just this alone is enough for you to be proud of. Long Houchen's face darkened. He didn't understand why the Demon Emperor hadn't made a move yet. Instead, he was talking to him about this. Was this the cat playing with the mouse? Demon Emperor Feng Xiu didn't seem to sense the anger in Long Houchen's eyes. He continued, "At that time, you were by Yu Ye's side. Actually, even without Vaisak's great prophecy spell, I already knew about your close relationship with her. But don't worry, I already promised Agarz that I wouldn't vent my anger on her. After all, she is also the smartest among the younger generation of moon devils. She just took one wrong step. But I'm not surprised that you were the one who attracted her." The anger in Long Houchen's eyes faded a little. He was very clear that with the Demon Emperor's status, he would definitely keep his word. If he said that he wouldn't vent his anger on you, then you would naturally be safe. This also made him feel a little better. After all, Yu was also a victim, and it was all because of him. After that meeting, I heard news about you many times. The third time we met, it should have been in the dream paradise. I tore open the space and saved Abao and the others. Actually, I was very surprised at that time. Although Abao's strength wasn't very strong at that time, it shouldn't have been something you guys could contend against. Chapter 222. Demon Emperor Feng Xiu's gaze was very gentle. He looked too young, only a few years older than Long Houchen. At this moment, he was like an elder brother chatting with Long Houchen. I was really surprised at that time. It was also the first time I felt a threat from you. Unfortunately, at that time, I still didn't know that you were the one chosen by Austin and Griffin, and that you brought them to this world. Only when Abao told me this news and told me that Austin and Griffin had grown to 4 heads, did I know that the one who brought the destruction of our race was actually you. Long Houchen coldly said, "So, you launched the holy war that plunged the world into misery and suffering." Demon Emperor indifferently said, "No matter how unwilling I was to kill you, when your existence threatened the safety of my race, I had to make a choice. The merciful cannot command an army, not to mention that I am the leader of my race. Even if the one with Austin and Griffin was Abao, I would still make the same choice. In order to make you come here, I didn't hesitate to put on a show with Agarz. In fact, I already knew that the Holy War wouldn't have any results. It would only be a waste of human power. Unfortunately, you are not me, not a leader. You will never understand what to give up and what to choose in order to rule." Long Houchen solemnly said, "If you didn't put on a show, how could we believe it? You used bait that we couldn't refuse to lure us here, and you succeeded. There's no point in talking to it." The Demon God Emperor shook his head and lightly sighed. "Let me finish what I have to say. I don't want to kill you, but I have no choice. I have no choice. I am willing to do one last thing for you. Take your own life. If you die, Austin and Griffin will naturally die in the other world. My goal has been achieved. I will let your companions go so that you can die in peace." "Your Majesty," Agarz couldn't help but shout. In Long Houchen's glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad, he wasn't the only outstanding one. In this group of monster hunters, there were 2 other favored. In the history of the demons coming to the Holy Demon Continent, almost every favored had given them a great blow. In such a desperate situation where the favored had not fully matured, letting go of these young humans with limitless potential who were filled with endless resentment towards the demon race was tantamount to releasing tigers back into the mountains. Shut up. Feng Xiu's gaze suddenly turned cold, and an incomparably terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, suppressing Agar's so much that he couldn't say anything else. At this moment, the heaven-defying demonic Dragon Emperor's prestige was undeniable. Agar's face turned pale, but he respectfully lowered his head and did not dare to say another word. Feng Xiu glanced at Agar's coldly. No one can question my decision. Your Majesty, please punish me. Agar's lowered his head. Feng Xiu waved his hand, no longer paying attention to Agar's, and faced Long Houchen again. Although he knew that the Demon Emperor wouldn't lie, Long Houchen couldn't help but ask, You're telling the truth? You're willing to let go of my companions? As early as when they discovered that they had fallen into a trap, Long Houchen and his companions were already prepared to die. But at this time, the Demon Emperor suddenly said that he was willing to let go of his companions. This was already the biggest surprise for him. I never go back on my words. Feng Xiu slowly closed his eyes and said faintly, Long Houchen wasn't familiar with this Demon Emperor, but the Moon Demon and Star Demon were very familiar with him. Star Demon Vasak didn't say anything, but Moon Demon Agar's was secretly surprised because he knew that the Demon Emperor would only show such an expression when he was extremely conflicted. He had followed the Demon Emperor for so many years, and such a situation had only happened a few times. But this time it happened when they were facing an enemy that must be killed. Boss, we will live and die with you. Behind Long Houchen, the members of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters said almost in unison. Long Houchen suddenly turned around and said angrily, Nonsense. Do you think your lives belong to me? Your lives belong to the Alliance and the entire human race as early as the day you became a demon hunter. His body trembled slightly as he looked deeply at each of his companions. Do you still remember what I said to Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi? Only by living can you have a future and take revenge for your companions. If you die, you will lose this opportunity forever. Death isn't scary, but if you follow me like this, I won't forgive you even if I go to hell because you are cowards. In the unseen world, I will always be watching over all of you. I will watch as you return to this place, one day, to the heart of Shanghai. If you still recognize me as your leader, don't do anything stupid. I order you, every member of the Light of Dawn, to live well. In the near future, take revenge for me and fight for me. Looking at the persistence in Long Houchen's eyes, which were gradually turning red, the members of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Yes, it was easy to die, but it was more difficult to live. No, Kai! Suddenly screamed hysterically and threw herself into Long Houchen's arms. However, before she could make a sound, Long Houchen's hand quietly squeezed her neck. Kai! Let out a muffled groan and slowly fell into his arms. 2 streams of tears flowed down Long Houchen's cheeks. In his heart, all the things that happened between him and Kai kept flashing past. He still clearly remembered the first time he had met Kai. When he was just a little girl, he clearly remembered everything that had happened after he had been with Kai. To him, the happiest moment of his life was probably during the preliminary stage of the Monster Hunter's trials. He had been able to send Kai home every day, hold her hand, and walk quietly on the streets. However, all of this could never happen again. He knew that he could convince his other teammates to listen to his arrangements, but he couldn't convince Kai. Therefore, he could only let her calm down first. He lowered his head and kissed Kai's forehead gently, then kissed her fair and tender cheeks. At this moment, every member of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters could clearly see the strong reluctance in his eyes. Leader, Lin Xan, whose face was already full of tears, shouted, Shut up! Long Houchen shouted. Of course, he knew what Lin Xan wanted to say, but he couldn't let him continue. He had barely managed to get his teammates to suppress their emotions. If they were ignited again, he wasn't sure that everyone would be able to calmly accept the tragedy that was about to happen. Long Houchin didn't look at his teammates again. Instead, he lowered his head and gave the last of his feelings to Kai, in his arms. Silly girl, how can I watch you do stupid things? Do you know? I really hope that you will lose your memory again after leaving here. Forget me and forget all the pain. I'm sorry, I can't continue to accompany you until we're old. As he spoke, he slowly took off the forget-me-not ring that had never left his hand. The blue forget-me-not pattern shone with a faint luster under the dark golden light of the star demon tower. Long Houchin put it on Kai's finger and gently kissed her cheek again. He took a step forward and handed her over to Wang Yuanyuan. Raising his head and looking at his teammates again, he saw everyone's tears and the almost dead sorrow in their eyes. Don't be sad. I'm already very happy that you can leave here alive. Remember my words and live well. I will wait for the day when you take revenge for me in another world. My soul will be watching you from the unseen world. I beg of you one last thing. No matter what, don't let Kai rush to avenge me. You must let her live. After she wakes up, even if you knock her out, you can't let her do stupid things. Wang Yuanyuan took Kai and nodded her head vigorously. Even someone as strong as her was already sobbing and couldn't speak at all. Death was easy, but choosing to live was really difficult. How they wanted to die here with Long Houchin. However, they deeply understood that what Long Houchin said was right. They were demon hunters. As early as the day they passed the monster hunter's trial, their lives no longer belonged to them, but to the Alliance, to the entire human race. They couldn't just die here. Only they could avenge Long Houchin in the future. Turning around abruptly, Long Houchin didn't dare to look at Kai again. He was afraid that he would no longer be able to suppress the emotions in his heart. Lowering his head, he muttered to himself, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you and even dragged you to die with me. If we have another life, I'm still willing to merge with your bloodline. You will always be my good brother for generations to come. After saying this, he suddenly raised his head and shook off the tears on his face. He looked up at Demon Emperor Feng Xiu, who still had his eyes closed and didn't stop him from saying goodbye to his companions. Your Majesty, Demon Emperor, although we are enemies, you are willing to let my companions go. I thank you. However, I have one more request I hope you can agree to. Feng Xiu said calmly, speak. Long Houchin's face showed his pride and said loudly, I am a Knight of Knights Templars. I grew up learning the spirit of a knight. As a knight, I couldn't protect my companions. Today I must die here. However, I am a knight. I hope you can give me a dignified death. I don't want to be a coward who kills himself. I want to challenge you. It was just a few simple words, but Long Houchin said them forcefully. Star Demon Vasak, who had been calm all this while, couldn't help but show surprise on his face after hearing these words. In such a desperate situation, facing an opponent that he couldn't even fight against, he still had the courage to say such words. They couldn't help but look at Long Houchin in a different light. Good, Demon Emperor suddenly shouted. His closed eyes opened again. From his eyes, two bright cold flames shot out as he stared at Long Houchin. In his eyes, there was deep sorrow and deep admiration. There was now a hint of determination in his complicated gaze. As expected of someone I value, I'll give you this honor. With a loud shout, the Demon God Emperor's figure flashed, and he appeared 20 meters away from Long Houchin. Long Houchin crossed his right fist in front of his chest, pounding on his own chest, giving the Demon God Emperor a standard knight salute. Thank you. I also hope you keep your promise. Feng Xiu looked at Long Houchin deeply. If I had a choice, I hope you don't die like this. But it's too late to say anything now. Do you know that for you to die in my hands is also a very cruel thing to me? I want to kill my... At this point he paused. He didn't say anything else. A strange smile appeared on his face. There are some things that you'd better not know. I hope you can die without regrets. Come, unleash your greatest strength. Let me see just how far you can go right now." Long Houchen nodded. At this moment, there were no tears in his eyes. There was only persistence, a persistence that belonged to him. Standing there, Long Houchen didn't make a move. He seemed to have entered a strange state. In his eyes, there was a deathly stillness. In his transparent golden eyes, the golden color became purer and purer. A layer of faint mist of light gradually rose around his body. As the mist of light rose, it was white in color. The aria of the goddess of light, blue rain, and hibiscus of light that Long Houchen had previously separated slowly merged above his head. Yiting had reappeared behind him. As Long Houchen's elemental spirit, once Long Houchen died, it would be difficult for her to survive given the close relationship between her and Long Houchen. But at this moment, there was no sorrow in Yiting's eyes. There was only a faint gentleness and persistence. She didn't even look at the demon emperor. Her eyes were fixed on Long Houchen. She didn't want to waste time on anything else. The orange-red and turquoise colors gradually met each other in the air. The golden Yiting became the catalyst for their fusion. The incandescent brilliance appeared in the Star Demon Tower once again. A strong divine aura rose into the sky, fusing with the white mist of light rising around Long Houchen's body. A strong, incandescent flame burst forth. There was no doubt that Long Houchen had reached the peak of his life so far. Even his eyes had turned incandescent. Demonic god Huang Fengxiu quietly looked at Long Houchen. His eyes never changed. Sorrow and admiration were faintly rippling in the depths of his eyes. Long Houchen moved. His left foot suddenly took a step forward. The heavy sword in his hands slowly slashed out. His movements seemed very slow. But when they saw this sword, even experts like the Moon Demon and the Star Demon couldn't help but be moved. Long Houchen's sword didn't have any trajectory. It was filled with stubborn sword intent. This sword intent wasn't sharp, but it was unavoidable. Combined with the sword of creation and life, which had already surpassed ordinary divine weapons, the sword intent hidden within the sword had reached its peak. At this moment, he really achieved the purest sword heart illumination. He was the sword, and the sword was him. There was no distinction between them. He and the sword had become one in the state of being one with the world. Fengxiu didn't move. He just quietly watched Long Houchen as the sword slowly slashed towards his head. At this moment, the entire Star Demon Tower had turned into a blazing white color because of Long Houchen's slash. Strong spiritual power fluctuations fluctuated violently in the air. All the dark aura was suppressed and compressed in the surroundings by Long Houchen's sword. Even the Star Demon was surrounded by starlight at this moment. It automatically emitted its own powerful aura to resist the light spiritual power contained in Long Houchen's sword. Behind Long Houchen, a pure white shadow slowly appeared. It was the goddess of light. It looked like a simple sword, but it had condensed everything Long Houchen had. Divine weapon, God's descent, sword intent, and all of his own determination and spiritual power. This was the pinnacle of his life, and it was very likely to be his last. The demon god Huang Fengxiu's expression changed slightly. He slowly raised his right hand, and his movement seemed very slow. Furthermore, there wasn't any powerful elemental aura accompanying his movement. It gave people the feeling that he was an ordinary human who simply and calmly raised his hand. One finger, Fengxiu's finger, slowly moved forward. That finger, as fair as a woman's, lightly touched the tip of the sword of creation and life. However, it was only this touch that caused all the incandescent light to instantly roll back. There was still no powerful dark aura appearing in the Star Demon Tower. However, Long Houchen's body began to tremble violently under the force of his finger. The terrifying sword intent finally exploded at this moment. However, it didn't explode towards Demon Emperor Fengxiu. Instead, it burst out in all directions of the Star Demon Tower. Countless sharp, sword-intent auras moved in a frenzy. The ear-piercing howl made the light of dawn monster hunters feel as if they had returned to the scene when they first entered the Wailing Hell Cave. The explosion of sword chi and sword intent lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before gradually dissipating. The incandescent light gradually receded. Feng Xiu slowly retracted his right hand and brought his fingertip in front of him. Meanwhile, Long Haochen remained motionless in his previous position. All of his aura seemed to have been sucked dry by that sword. His eyes were still filled with determination, but it was a determination that didn't move. A drop of blood gradually seeped out of Feng Xiu's fair fingertip. It was a drop of dark red blood that emitted an intense golden light. Very good, very good. Feng Xiu suddenly laughed hysterically. As he threw his head back and laughed maniacally, the entire Star Demon Tower trembled. Amidst his laughter, the Moon Demon and Star Demon had no choice but to activate their own spiritual power to protect themselves. The light of dawn monster hunters were even more unbearable. One by one, they were forced to slam against the walls of the Star Demon Tower by the terrifying pressure brought about by the laughter. And it was also at this moment that Kai, who was in Wang Yuanyuan's arms, was jolted awake by the crazy laughter. Long Haochen! Kai immediately shouted as soon as she opened her eyes. She immediately saw Long Haochen, who was standing there quietly and motionlessly. She also saw the Demon Emperor, who was laughing maniacally. The Demon Emperor's power was really too terrifying. Even just this laughter alone was able to suppress them to the point where they couldn't move at all. Child, goodbye. The Demon Emperor's laughter suddenly stopped. He waved his hand mournfully, and the drop of dark red blood on his fingertip emitted an intense golden light. It flew towards Long Haochen like an arrow and imprinted itself on his left chest at lightning speed. Pooh! Blood burst out, and a small bloody hole instantly appeared on Long Haochen's left chest where his heart was. Immediately after, accompanied by a tremor, a bloody hole the size of a fist suddenly appeared where the bloody hole had penetrated. Strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Only a bloody hole had appeared on Long Haochen's chest. His heart had disappeared. The fine gold foundation armor didn't even have the slightest resistance. No one could help Long Haochen. The restriction in the Star Demon Tower wasn't set up by the Star Demon Vasak at all. Instead, it was jointly set up by the 3 great demon gods, the Demon Emperor Feng Xiu, the Moon Demon Agars, and the Star Demon Vasak. Even the power of a supreme artifact couldn't travel through space to come here. No! Kai screamed frantically, but she was still suppressed by the aura emitted from the Demon Emperor's body and couldn't move at all. Seeing the scene of her beloved man's heart being broken, Kai felt her mind go blank. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her whole body went limp in Wang Yuanyuan's arms. Blank, blank, memory, memory. The sound of porcelain shattering kept erupting in Kai-er's mind. Everything that happened in the past appeared in her mind bit by bit. Are you okay? I can't speak. There are bad guys chasing me. They'll be here soon. Sister, save me. I'm the big brother, not the big sister. I can feel their aura. They'll be here soon. They can smell me. Hurry up and leave, or it'll be too late. No, I'm a man. I have to protect you. Little sister, where are you going? Let me help you. No need. Let me help you. I'll send you home. I said no need. Hey, can you send me home? Okay. Where do you live? Go forward 760 feet. Turn right for 380 feet. Turn left for 230 feet. And you'll be there. What's your name? Ah, my name is Long Haochen. What about you? My name is Kai-er. Kai-er, how long can you stay in the holy city? Why do you ask? I just want to know how many days before I can send you back. I'm just a blind girl. Is it really that important to send me back? I don't know. Don't you despise me? Why would I despise you? Kai, Or actually, I'm very ugly. I'm so ugly myself. What right do I have to despise you? Very ugly. Yes, very ugly. Then, if you have to hold my hand forever, will you be willing? I will. I'll help you. I'll do it. This is our home. Kai. I promise you, I'll give you a warm home in the future. Our home. Okay. Silly girl. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Okay. No peeking. Okay. She remembered. Yes, she remembered. She remembered everything they had been together. Every process of being together. Whether it was before or after the amnesia, all the memories merged at this moment. Tears flowed from Kai Er's eyes. Long Houchen's heart was broken. Her heart seemed to be broken as well. Her tears were light red, and gradually turned from light red to bright red. Long Houchen's body swayed a bit, then slowly fell to the ground. The stubbornness in his eyes didn't disappear from the beginning. As early as the moment he challenged the demon god emperor, he had already severed the soul shackles binding him. As his body fell to the ground, his eyes happened to look in Kai Er's direction. His eyes also slowly closed during this process. In Kai Er's eyes, his gaze was so gentle. Even in the process of closing his eyes, it seemed like he was telling something to Kai. There was a faint sadness, but there seemed to be more encouragement, as if he was telling Kai Er to live bravely. Yes, Long Houchen died. He died in peace. With the demon emperor's promise, his companions could finally leave this place alive. To him, this was enough. He was already satisfied that his companions were able to leave this place alive despite being in such a desperate situation. Yes, the moment he fell, he saw Kai Er's eyes. He understood too many things from her eyes. He saw the past, saw the coldness and gentleness that only belonged to Kai Er. She regained her memories. She finally regained her memories. Long Houchen was so reluctant. But even at the moment of his death, he was still unwilling to let Kai Er see the pain and unwillingness in his heart. So he closed his eyes, and there was even a faint smile on his face. Bang! Long Houchen's body seemed to fall heavily to the ground. Strangely, there was still no blood flowing out of the wound on his left chest. His entire body sank into darkness after this heavy fall. Everything seemed to disappear in an instant. He felt himself flying far away in the darkness. This feeling was very comfortable. It was as if all his worries and responsibilities had been removed at this moment. He felt very, very light as he flew in a certain direction. There was only endless relaxation and relaxation. The eyes of the demon hunters of the bright glimmer of light demon hunt squad were all lifeless. They just stared at Long Houchen. Not even tears could flow from their eyes. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment, forever frozen. They wanted to shout, they wanted to shout, they wanted to roar, but they just couldn't make any sound. The leader who led them across the continent and braved countless dangers, the holy knight of the Knights Templars, the chosen one, the son of light, Long Houchen, was dead. He left them forever. He died. Long Houchen's corpse lay there quietly. The smile on his face was still there, but he seemed to have taken away the souls of the entire light of dawn monster hunters. At this moment, all of them seemed to have become the walking dead. Demon Emperor Feng Xiu's eyes were also lifeless. He quietly looked at Long Houchen, who was lying there. His finger, which was bleeding, was dripping blood onto the ground drop by drop. Yes, he was injured. Although he didn't use any of his abilities or equipment, he was injured. The demon emperor, who had a spiritual power of 1,000,000 and was invincible across the continent, had his finger pierced by Long Houchen's last attack. The gazes of the moon demon and star demon also froze. However, deep in their hearts, they heaved a huge sigh of relief at the same time. This person was finally dead. Austin's and Griffin's blood contract partner was dead. The threat of the demons was finally gone, and so was the divine retribution that they were so afraid of. In the black jade world, a gigantic figure was crawling in the cave, its 6 heads raised high. The surroundings were a mess. In this sturdy cave, the countless broken marks were so similar to its body. Its 6 heads were still raised high, but its 6 eyes were dripping with blood. Purple blood. Its aura was weakening bit by bit, and the bright amethyst-like luster on its body was also gradually fading. The low roar of unwillingness echoed in the cave, but its 6 heads were still held high, unwilling to fall, unwilling to fall. All the pressure disappeared in an instant. The light of dawn monster hunters, demon hunters, fell to the ground one after another. Each of them still landed on the ground in a daze. Their gazes never left the young man who lay on the ground with a smile on his face, but had already lost all signs of life. With a fierce struggle, Kyra forcibly stood up. There were no longer any tears in her eyes. In her mind, the scene of him using his body to block the enemy's attacks for her time and time again before she lost her memories replayed in her mind. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and her entire aura became more and more intense as she trembled. Step by step, she staggered towards him. When she reached him, Kyra fell on his body with a thud. She gently lifted her hand and placed it on his handsome and clean face. She started to feel around. He's dead. Yes, he's dead. My Houchin is dead. How could you bear to leave me like this? Kyra murmured softly. Fool, I remember. I remember everything about us. You're my fool. I'm not dead yet. How could you die? You said it. You said that you would protect me for life and be my guardian knight forever. How could you die like this? Ding! With a soft ring, Long Houchin's chest moved. A golden object popped out from the damaged left side of the golden foundation battle armor. It was a small golden skull. It was the eternal melody that had been embedded into Long Houchin's chest muscles back then. Now that he was dead, the eternal melody finally bounced out of his body and left his body. As the key to the Tower of Eternity, it didn't have to protect a dead man. So it left. Kyra grabbed that golden skull almost instantaneously, and her body couldn't help but tremble even more violently. But at that moment, her body suddenly stiffened. But the stiffness only lasted for a short moment. She threw herself on Long Houchin and burst into tears. Get out. All of you get out. The silent demon emperor suddenly erupted. He once again entered the hysterical state from before and roared madly. The door of the Star Demon Tower suddenly opened. A hurricane suddenly appeared, sweeping up the bodies of every demon hunter, including Long Houchin's corpse, and blowing them out of the Star Demon Tower. Pass down my order. No one from our clan is to stop them from leaving Demon's Heart City. No one from our clan is to pursue them. Otherwise, our entire clan will be exterminated. The Demon Emperor's cold voice suddenly burst forth. Under the explosion of his terrifying mental power, it instantly spread throughout Demon's Heart City. The terrifying pressure in that moment caused all the demons in Demon's Heart City to crawl on the ground, not daring to move. Yes, their great emperor was angry, and every time the Demon Emperor became angry, it was almost always the end of the people. With a fierce wave of his hand, the Star Demon Tower closed again. Only now did Demon Emperor Maples gasp for breath. He raised his head, but his chest heaved up and down violently. The terrifying magic waves caused the Moon Demon God Agar's and the Star Demon God Vasak's expressions to change, and they trembled slightly. The emotionally unstable Demon Emperor was absolutely terrifying. Even if he wanted to kill the two of them, it was not impossible. Maples clenched his fists tightly. In the end, a drop of dark golden tear fell from the corner of his eye. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the Moon Demon Agars. Are you wondering why I let these people go? Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Agars was silent. He lowered his head and did not dare to say a word. Let me tell you, because the young man I just killed had my blood flowing in his body. He was originally the second heir of the demons that I had decided on. From the day he was born, I had never done anything for him until the day I discovered his existence. I had never interfered with anything about him. However, he had formed a blood pact with Austin and Griffin. I personally killed a loved one who had my blood flowing in his body. Do you understand? Do you understand? The only thing I could do for him was to let him die with as little regret as possible. Agars suddenly raised his head, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He couldn't believe that Long Houchin, who was known as God's chosen one, the son of light, the hope of humanity's future, actually had the demon god emperor's bloodline flowing in his veins. That was the royal bloodline of the heaven-defying demon dragon clan. The star demon Vasak did not say a word, other than the demon emperor. Only he, who had used the great prophecy spell, knew the relationship between Long Houchin and the demon emperor. Chapter 223. Feng Xiu suddenly laughed. His emotions seemed to have calmed down in an instant. He said coldly, "The holy war is over. Agars, go and have all the troops withdraw. After all, there is still a portion of human blood flowing in his body. He has already died by my hands for the sake of the continuation of our race. For the next 10 years, our race will not take the initiative to attack the humans. This will be an offering to his soul in heaven." His gaze suddenly became gentle again. "Child, at the moment of your death, you did not know the relationship between you and me. This is all I can do for you. There is a saying among humans, even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. This means that no matter how ruthless a person is, they will not kill their own children or their own family. However, I killed you. I killed you for the sake of the continuation of our race. You're my family, my family. Ha ha." The demon god emperor's hysterical laughter once again caused the star demon pagoda to violently shake. All of the sealing power within the star demon pagoda was instantly ignited by him, barely keeping the star demon god pillar standing in the pagoda from collapsing. Bang, bang, bang. The members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters fell to the ground almost at the same time. The demon emperor had actually let them go, but at this moment there was only endless sorrow and pain in their hearts. Kai hugged Long Houchin's corpse and landed on her back, not letting him suffer any further impact. Her slender waist suddenly exerted strength, and she forcibly straightened herself from the ground. Sima Xian hugged the ball of light and rolled on the ground before standing up. His eyes were bloodshot, and he swung the ball of light and rushed back. "I'll fight it out with them." "Stop!" A cold shout rang out like a clap of thunder. Kai Er's extremely cold voice forcibly stopped Sima Xian. The members of the Bright Glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad were also attracted by her shout and looked at her at the same time. Kai Er's gaze, brimming with determination and deathly stillness, was overflowing with cold light as she coldly looked at everyone. "All of you, follow me." In her voice, there was an unquestionable dignity. At this moment, the members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters felt that the reincarnation saintess, who had dominated the monster hunters' trials, had returned. Their wills could not help but be affected by Kai's voice. Kai Er's face was still stained with 2 bloody tears. Looking at her, no matter how painful and sorrowful they were, no one from the Light of Dawn would object to her words at this moment. Yes, no matter how sad they were, how could they be compared to Kai? "All of you, follow me," Kai shouted coldly. She hugged Long Houchin tightly and soared into the sky. She did not evade the powerhouses of the demons who had already surrounded them from all directions. A pair of gray, spiritual wings suddenly spread out behind her and propelled her body into the distance. A large number of powerhouses from the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan, the Moon Devils and the Star Demons were floating in the air around the Star Demon Palace. However, none of them dared to attack her. They had all heard the Demon Emperor's words very clearly. Who would dare to disobey him? A Bao, who was dressed in dark purple armor, stood quietly on the top of the wall and watched Kai fly into the sky with Long Houchin in her arms. For a moment, his eyes became a little blank. He felt as if he had lost something in his heart. Only he knew how much effort he had put in over the past 2 years. His almost crazy cultivation had made his strength take a qualitative leap more than once. However, at this moment he realized that his opponent was gone. Long Houchen, who was being carried by Kair, had clearly lost his vitality. The hole in his chest looked so glaring. He's dead. He's actually dead? He died at the hands of his father. Abao did not feel the slightest bit relieved. Instead, his heart was filled with indignation. He had wanted to defeat him with his own hands. However, Long Houchen had died just like that. He had died at the hands of his own father. He had no right to question it. But he knew that this would be the biggest regret of his life. Long Houchen was dead. He would never be able to prove to Yu Yi that he was stronger than him. The members of the Light of Dawn released their spiritual wings and followed behind Kair as they flew into the distance. Cold tears flowed uncontrollably down their faces. Even the light emitted by their spiritual wings fluctuated violently because of this. As their bodies glided through the air, Kair's gaze fell on Long Houchen's pale, bloodless face. He was still so handsome, but there was no longer any vitality in him. Her memory had been restored, but he was gone. He did not even say a word to her, who had regained her memory. Kair did not cry anymore, because in her heart there was still one last hope. The last hope that she had produced the moment she came into contact with Long Houchen's body. If it were not for the existence of this glimmer of hope, she would not have survived in the Star Demon Tower. She would definitely have followed Long Houchen. As they flew at high speed, they quickly flew out of Demonic City. They left behind the city that had brought them endless sorrow and pain. After flying for a full hour, Kair suddenly retracted her wings and descended towards the ground with Long Houchen in her arms. Although the members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters did not know what was going on, they still followed her and descended. Although Long Houchen was dead, because of the existence of Zhang Fangfang, their monster hunters still maintained a complete organizational structure. Long Houchen's words before his death echoed in their hearts. They could not die like this. They had to avenge their leader. One day, they must return to Demonic City. This was a part of the forest that couldn't be considered dense. Kair carried Long Houchen and directly drilled into it, carefully putting him down on a flat, grassy plain. The members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters surrounded him. Qin Inger cried bitterly. The tears in the eyes of the others could not be stopped. Kair slowly squatted down. Her eyes were attracted by the blue ring on her finger, the forget-me-not ring. He returned it to me. Gently taking off the ring, Kair pulled up Long Houchen's left hand and put it on his ring finger. Fool, why did you return it to me? It has long belonged to you forever, just like my heart. As she spoke, Kair raised her hand and slowly took off the Eternal Melody necklace on Long Houchen's neck. The golden skull that popped out of Long Houchen's chest shone in the air. Taking a deep breath, a trace of stubbornness flashed in her eyes. Slowly, she put the key to the Tower of Eternity, which still carried the warmth of Long Houchen's body, around her neck. The moment the Eternal Melody touched her body, there was a sudden burst of golden light. With a whoosh, the skull drilled into Kair's lapel and became closely connected with her body, just like when she was with Long Houchen. The Tower of Eternity needed a spokesperson in the human world. Long Houchen had already died in the Demon Emperor's Forbidden Barrier and had lost his value. Of course, it had to choose a new spokesperson. This had nothing to do with the undead calamity, Electrolux's choice of a successor. The Tower of Eternity had already become greedier after continuously obtaining souls from this world. Its sense of autonomy had also become stronger. Let's go. Kair glanced at her companions around her. After saying these 3 words lightly, a strong golden light suddenly burst out from her chest, just like when Long Houchen brought them through the teleportation. It swept everyone into it. The golden light flashed. They entered the teleportation. When the light flashed again, they had already returned to the Tower of Eternity. The strong death aura of the Tower of Eternity was still there. But at this moment, the eyes of the light of dawn monster hunters were also filled with a deathly silence. Yang Wenjiao and Duan had been anxiously waiting for their return. Seeing their return, the two hurriedly ran over. However, their footsteps soon slowed down, and their eyes froze in an instant, because they saw Long Houchen lying motionless on the ground with a fatal wound on his chest. She looked at his handsome face, which was so pale that it had lost all color of blood. The leader of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters, the Son of Light, had died in battle. How could this be? Yang Wenjiao said hoarsely. Chen Inger suddenly threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. Duan, he didn't ask. He just slowly knelt on one knee, put his right fist on his left chest with difficulty, and gave a knight's salute to Long Houchen. Demons and humans had been fighting for 6,000 years. After the Dark Age came, how many humans had died in the hands of demons like Long Houchen? He didn't need to know anything more. The result was right in front of him. Long Houchen was dead. Kaye squatted down and gently hugged Long Houchen in her arms. She murmured, come out quickly. Come out quickly." No one understood what she was saying. At this time, Kyr's cold eyes were filled with anxiety. Just when they were confused, suddenly, a dark green light quietly drilled out of Long Houchen's golden foundation armor. This dark green light looked very weak, so weak that it was like a cloud of smoke that could disperse at any time. A weak voice also sounded in this dark green smoke. "He is already dead. The contract between him and me is also gradually disappearing. The only thing I can do is to protect his soul from dissipating for 7 days. But you only have 7 days. The only chance to resurrect him is in this Tower of Eternity. Only by obtaining the inheritance of the Tower Master and relying on the profound meaning of light necromancy can it be possible to restore his soul and recast his heart. If he can be resurrected, the contract I left on him will be restored. Otherwise, after 7 days, his soul will dissipate, and his soul will be imprisoned by this Tower of Eternity, never to be reincarnated again. So, within 7 days, if you can't resurrect him, take him away from here. At least let his soul not suffer here." The voice stopped here, and the wisp of dark green smoke dissipated. Yes, this was the glimmer of hope in Kyr's heart. It was the power that supported her to lead the light of dawn monster hunters out of Demonic City. The moment she came into contact with Long Houchen's corpse in the Star Demon Tower, this voice appeared in her heart once, telling her that there was still a glimmer of hope for Long Houchen. So, no matter how sad Kyr was, she had to bring Long Houchen back here, back to the safety of the Tower of Eternity, and find a chance to resurrect him. That voice is... Wang Yuan said blankly. I know. It's the little girl from the Dream Temple. That's right, it must be her." Lin Xian suddenly jumped up and said. Han Yu grabbed Lin Xian's shoulder and shouted excitedly, Yes, it's Yi Xiaolei. It's her. She has some kind of contract between her and the leader. She came to help us. The leader has a chance to resurrect, a chance." The dead silence from before was swept away in an instant. Everyone's eyes had a glimmer of hope again, but they were also desperately wiping away the tears on their faces. But the tears could not be wiped clean. But the tears now were different from before. They were tears of excitement now. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope for them now, it was like grasping at a life-saving straw. Kaya hugged Long Houchen tightly. Tears gushed out again, but she did not immerse herself in sadness. She suddenly shouted, "Who has a strong rope or chain?" Sima Xian said, I do. While saying that, he took out a dark golden chain from his storage ring and gave it to Kai. This chain was 5 meters long. Exactly the same as the chain on his vigor pill of light. Kai took the chain and stood up while hugging Long Houchen. She looked towards the end of the first floor of the Tower of Eternity and said with a decisive tone, 7 days, we only have 7 days. Within 7 days, we must climb to the top of the Tower of Eternity. I want to obtain the inheritance of the holy law of necromancy, calamity, necromancer, Electrolux. Yes, the light of dawn monster hunters all responded in unison. The momentum that erupted in that instant gave people the feeling of a mountain torrent. I'll go too. Yang Wenjiao and Duan, Yi said almost at the same time. Their injuries had mostly recovered, even though the battle was still a bit difficult. How could they retreat at this time? Kai'er did not say much and said to Wang Yuanyuan next to her, "Help me tie Long Haochen on my back with this chain. With him by our side, there's nothing that can stop us from moving forward." Okay. Wang Yuanyuan did not say anything else and immediately stepped forward. Chen Inger, who is also a woman, also broke free from Yang Wenjiao's arms and helped Wang Yuanyuan tie Long Haochen's body from the back to Kai'er. Long Haochen's slender and burly figure looked a bit strange with Kai'er on his back. His arms and legs had to be wrapped around Kai'er's body, especially his legs, which had to be wrapped around Kai'er's waist in order to tie him securely. Feeling the weight of Long Haochen, the determination in Kai'er's eyes became more intense. With a flash of gray light, the Grim Reaper's scythe reappeared in her hand. Not sure if it was because she had recovered her memory, but the moment the Grim Reaper's scythe appeared in her hand, this artifact emitted a different luster than before. The murderous aura solidified, and the scythe became more crystal clear. "Let's go," Kai'er said as she strode toward the staircase leading to the second floor of the Tower of Eternity. The members of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters, plus Zhang Fangfang, Yang Wenjiao, and Duan Yi followed behind. A group of 9 people, carrying Long Haochen's corpse, went straight to the staircase. Long Haochen and the others had already passed all the tests on the first and second floor of the Tower of Eternity and had been recognized by the 4 holy guards. At this time, the eternal melody was on Kai'er's chest, and the 4 holy guards had naturally become her guards. However, in the Tower of Eternity, the 4 holy guards could not help them fight. Entering the second floor, everyone released their spiritual wings and flew toward the deepest part. They had never entered the 3rd floor of the Tower of Eternity. Ever since they learned from the Sun Moon Divine Snail that the holy law of necromancy, calamity necromancer Electrolux, was the culprit who caused the destruction of the human world and caused great damage to the vitality of the human world. Long Haochen was not willing to receive any trace of his inheritance from the Tower of Eternity. Therefore, the members of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters did not continue to move forward. However, it was different now. Kai'er had replaced Long Haochen and became the inheritor. Moreover, she had to obtain this inheritance in order to resurrect Long Haochen. Not only did they have to move forward, but they also had to rush to the 7th floor of the Tower of Eternity and obtain the inheritance of calamity necromancer Electrolux. Therefore, they did not dare to delay. 7 days, they only had 7 days. If they could not resurrect Long Haochen within these 7 days, they would never have another chance. Now was not the time to consider how difficult it would be to pass the next 4 floors. Even if the test they faced was like facing the Demon Emperor, Kai'er would not stop moving forward. If Long Haochen was really dead, then she would definitely follow Long Haochen. Soon, they arrived at the passage from the 2nd floor of the Tower of Eternity to the 3rd floor. Kai'er turned around and looked at her companions behind her. Han Yu said in a deep voice, "Kai'er, before our leader is resurrected, you are our acting leader. Give the order. Even if we have to use our lives to fill it, we will definitely help you to the end." Kai'er took a deep breath. She did not say thank you, but just nodded to her companions. She was the first to walk into the passage. With a flash of light, the strange teleportation sent everyone to the 3rd floor of the Tower of Eternity. However, as soon as they appeared here, everyone felt a chill. The surrounding atmosphere had clearly become viscous. It was no longer a world that needed to float in the air. What they saw was darkness. The ground was paved with black square bricks. In the sky, there was a dark purple moon. It was as if they had entered another world after arriving here. Moreover, it was an endless world. As far as the eye could see, there was no end. There was only endless darkness. Amidst the endless darkness, countless dark purple flames danced. That was the soul fire that belonged to the skeleton soldiers. Yes, on the third floor of the Tower of Eternity, what they saw was an endless sea of skeletons. And it was also here that it was filled with even more terrifying dark aura. In this place, there were only dark elements and a thick, deathly stillness. However, no matter what the enemy was, the members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters had only persistence in their eyes at this time. In their hearts, there was only one thing to do, and that was to break through all obstacles and barriers and resurrect Long Houchen. To the surprise of her companions, Kyr did not rush to the large sea of skeletons immediately. Her eyes were cold and calm, without hysterical madness. How she wanted to rush over regardless of everything. However, she could not, because she knew that she probably only had one chance. She must not waste even a little bit of time. Therefore, she could not fight blindly. Only by passing all the tests in the shortest time possible was what she had to do now. On the first and second floor of the Tower of Eternity, we face the main test of the 4 holy guards. The attributes of the 4 holy guards are fire, ice, earth, and wind. They also represent the most basic 4 elements: water, fire, earth, and wind. Looking at the situation in front of us, our first test on the 3rd floor is the darkness. The holy guards once said that there are a total of 12 of them. So, the one presiding over the test here must be the 5th holy guard, the dark attribute holy guard. The skeletons in the Tower of Eternity are not the same as the skeletons in Halua's world. Everyone has experienced their strength. With so many skeletons, it is enough to kill all of us. Even if we can kill them all, who knows how long it will take. Therefore, what we have to do is not to kill them all, but to find the dark holy guard among them and defeat him. Pass the test in front of us. Kai's cold voice echoed in the 3rd floor of the Tower of Eternity. Her calm words gradually calmed the impatience and impulses in the hearts of the Glimmer of Light monster hunters. They were surprised to find that although there was no Long Houchen's command, Kyr, who had become the acting leader, had completely immersed herself in her role. At this time, she was still able to maintain sufficient calmness. Unknowingly, confidence grew in the hearts of every demon hunter from the Glimmer of Light monster hunters. Yes, as early as the establishment of their monster hunters, the team was a dual-core team. It was just that Kyr's brilliance had always been overshadowed by Long Houchen. Now, not only was Kyr the Grim Reaper's favored one, but she had also recovered her original memories. Long Houchen was dead, and the only chance for resurrection was right in front of her. Kyr no longer concealed or restrained herself. She wanted to erupt with everything she had and lead her teammates to fight for that last chance. Hanyu, Kyr shouted in a deep voice. Here. Hanyu took a step forward. Kyr said, "In a moment we will launch an all-out attack. Once the battle starts, the dark holy guard hidden among the skeletons will not be able to stay calm. Your evil eye overlord has the strongest spiritual power. Find him and lock onto him." Yes. Hanyu immediately responded, and at the same time summoned the evil eye overlord. Zhang Fangfang in front, Yang Wenjiao, Duanyi, and Hanyu in the back. The rest of the formation remains the same. Other than Medul, do not summon a large amount of spiritual power. Kill! With the shout of the last word, Kyr pointed the Grim Reaper's scythe forward, and Zhang Fangfang held his shield in front of him. Together, they rushed towards the sea of skeletons in front of them. The skeletons' bodies were black, just like this space. The only thing that could bring some light to this space was the dancing soul flame in their eyes. As Kyr and the others moved, the sea of skeletons also moved. They swarmed forward, raised their weapons, and rushed towards them. The spiritual wings behind her spread out. Kai did not stay with the team. As an assassin, she should be wandering outside. In a flash, she had already surpassed Zhang Fangfang and rushed to the front. Like a sharp knife, she fiercely cut into the sea of skeletons. As early as 2 years ago, they had already passed the first 2 levels of the Tower of Eternity and could enter the 3rd level. It was just that they had not been able to enter. Now that they had finally entered, the 3rd level's test should not be too difficult for them. However, when they really rushed into the sea of skeletons, Kai immediately felt a huge pressure. The 3rd level's test had greatly surpassed the 2nd levels in terms of difficulty. Here, there were no more checkpoints, but a bigger test. It was no longer a one-on-one, but a team battle. With a flash of gray light, a large number of skeletons were swept into pieces by the Grim Reaper's scythe. With just one attack, Kai had at least destroyed the soul flame of 20 skeletons. But she also felt that the strength of these skeletons was actually equivalent to a 6th-order human powerhouse. Although they did not have the combat skills of the Holy Guards, they won in terms of their endless numbers. But it was also at this time that the strength of the team was revealed. For golden halos expanded almost at the same time. It covered a large area. These 4 golden halos were naturally released by the 4 Temple Knight in the team. Long Haochen was no longer here, but their team still had the most knight, and they were all the most outstanding knight of the current generation of Knights Templars, the 7th Order Temple Knight. The 4 halos cast the same skill, the Guardian Knight's Holy Light Protection Halo, against all dark attribute enemies, increased attack effectiveness by 30%. Dark attribute enemies that were attacked by the Holy Light Protection Halo would have their speed and attributes weakened. This was a 6th Order Halo, and when it was cast by 4 Temple Knight at the same time, it covered hundreds of square meters. The charging sea of skeletons instantly slowed down. The pressure on Kai, who was at the forefront like a sharp knife, was instantly relieved. At this time, Kai-Er's terrifying attack power was fully displayed. With her memory restored, it also allowed her to regain the assassin's instincts that she had cultivated since childhood. With the Grim Reaper's scythe in her hands, it was like the Grim Reaper had descended. Streaks of gray light filled with terrifying destructive power crisscrossed the battlefield, and wherever they passed, large swathes of skeletons were shattered. Under her lead, the light of dawn monster hunters charged into the depths of the sea of skeletons at an astonishing speed. The evil Eye Lord was now hovering above Han Yu's head, invisible spirit waves quietly sweeping through the sea of skeletons. It was searching for the culprit that had created this sea of skeletons. Wang Yuan and Sima Xian protected the team from both sides. With Long Haochen dead, the extreme grief and anger they had suppressed in their hearts erupted in this sea of skeletons. The 2 of them, 1 gold and 1 silver, took care of all the skeletons charging at them from both sides. Almost all the black skeletons they killed were reduced to dust. Lin Xian didn't stay idle either. The fire crystal staff in his hand was like a magic cannon, bombarding the sea of skeletons with a meteor shower. As they killed these skeletons, they gradually discovered some benefits. The situation that had occurred on the 1st floor of the Tower of Eternity reappeared. On the 1st floor of the Tower of Eternity, they didn't encounter many skeletons, but each skeleton could provide them with 10 points of spiritual energy. This allowed the light of dawn monster hunters to grow for the first time, surpassing their peers and becoming the new generation's number 1 monster hunters. At this time, although these skeletons didn't provide them with 10 points of spiritual energy each time they killed a skeleton, their spiritual energy would increase by 1 point. Don't underestimate this point. Killing 1 or 2 wasn't obvious, but if they killed hundreds of skeletons, their spiritual energy would increase by a few hundred points. If Long Haochen hadn't been killed by the Demon Emperor, they would definitely be overjoyed to find such a discovery here. They wouldn't need to rush to find the Dark Holy Guard. they could just kill them and greatly increase their spiritual energy. However, they couldn't do that now. They had to break through the barrier in front of them as soon as possible to buy time for their leader's resurrection. Suddenly, Kai, who was charging at the front, flashed. Her delicate body somersaulted in the air and returned to the group, landing in the middle of her companions. Stop! At the same time, she stabbed the Grim Reaper's scythe in her hand into the ground. The Grim Reaper shadow behind her slowly floated in the air and quickly became clear. It put its hands together, and a strange pattern formed on the Grim Reaper shadow's hands. The pattern was white and quickly combined into a circular halo. There seemed to be countless fine lines on the halo, which finally formed this Mageweth. As soon as Kai retreated, Zhang Fangfang suddenly felt the pressure increase. A large number of black skeleton warriors rushed towards him. Taking a step forward with his left foot, the shield in front of his chest, and the heavy sword in his right hand raised high above his head, Zhang Fangfang suddenly shouted. Suddenly, thousands of golden lights burst out from the sword, dyeing a large area around it golden. Light of Judgment. Under the illumination of the Light of Judgment, although these level 6 skeletons wouldn't die immediately, their soul fires were still beating violently, and they couldn't help but retreat in panic. Some of the skeletons that were closer were directly shattered by the Light of Judgment. The surrounding dark aura was greatly reduced. At this moment, Kai-Er's magic was completed. Purify. These 2 cold words were spat out from her red lips, and the Mageweth formed by the Grim Reaper shadow in the air suddenly spread out. A circle of white light could be seen expanding rapidly. Everywhere the white light passed, the black skeletons actually turned white and froze in place, not moving an inch. In this boundless world of darkness, a large number of white skeletons suddenly appeared, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Immediately after, these white skeletons turned into wisps of white light and rose into the air, rushing towards the Grim Reaper's shadow. In the process of rising, their souls fused with the white light. The gray shadow of the Grim Reaper also became more solid. Gorgeous gray armor covered his entire body. Every part of the armor seemed to be made of sharp blades, sparkling and translucent, sparkling with specks of starlight. The only thing that could not be seen clearly was its face. It was like an illusory night sky, deep and boundless. Kai leaped up again and landed in front of Zhang Fangfang. She waved the Grim Reaper scythe and led her companions forward. Just now, she had purified the lives of thousands of black skeletons, and her spiritual power had increased by more than 1,000 points. At this moment, the black skeletons in the distance suddenly stopped and moved to the sides, revealing a passage. At this moment, all the black skeletons seemed to have quietened down. Then, the crisp sound of horse hooves could be heard. The clop, clop, clop became clearer and clearer. A tall, burly figure appeared in the line of sight of the light of dawn monster hunters. This burly figure was covered in black armor, and he was riding on a skeleton horse that was also covered in armor. Both he and the horse were emitting a dark purple glow. As soon as he appeared, the dark aura in the air suddenly became extremely dense. The black skeletons within a radius of 100 meters around him were also covered in a layer of dark purple brilliance. They came out on their own. Without a doubt, this black night in front of them should be the obstacle they were going to face. Although the test of the Tower of Eternity was difficult, it was not impossible to complete. If the black skeletons here were really endless, even a powerhouse like the Demon Emperor would be exhausted to death sooner or later. Therefore, these endless black skeletons were just a kind of spiritual test for them. When they killed a certain number, the black knight in front of them, which was likely to be the 8th Holy Guard, would naturally appear. "Follow me." Kai shouted coldly, and was the first to rush forward. She dragged the Grim Reaper scythe by her side, and the sharp tip left a deep mark on the ground. A strong, murderous intent instantly burst out from her body. At this moment, Kai Ur's entire body was covered in a layer of gray. It was a crystal clear gray color. Soon, she approached the central passageway of the Sea of Skeletons. As soon as she rushed into the passageway, the black skeletons on both sides suddenly pounced on her frantically, trying to block her way. Kyra looked cold, but there was a ball of fire in her heart, a ball of fire that burned intensely. At this moment, in her mind, the various times when she was with Long Houchin kept echoing. No matter how strong the enemy in front of her was, she would only move forward. Unless she died, she would not stop moving forward. The grim Reaper shadow that had absorbed a large amount of purified soul aura followed above Kyra's head, like her shadow. However, it did not display any abilities. Its body was also the same gray as Kyra's, a gray that was filled with the aura of death and slaughter. Zhang Fangfang and the rest of the Light of Dawn monster hunters followed behind Kyra. Their speed was not slow at all. Just as Kyra was surrounded and attacked by the black skeletons on both sides, they brazenly rushed into the Sea of Skeletons. How could these grade 6 black skeletons stop their charge? Just like before, they rushed in and quickly caught up to Kyra. Every time Kyra swung the Grim Reaper scythe, she would definitely end the life of a group of skeletons. After these black skeletons were killed by the Grim Reaper scythe, they would turn into a gray stream of air and soar into the sky, merging with the Grim Reaper shadow in the air. Chapter 224. In the blink of an eye, Kyra had led her companions into the midst of the Black Knight's purple skeletons. With the Black Knight's buff, the skeleton strength had increased significantly. Kyra's advancing speed had decreased drastically. The purple skeletons were much stronger than the skeletons from before, be it in terms of attack or resistance. Their combat skills were also stronger. Not only did Kyra have to protect herself, but she also had to protect Long Houchin, who was on her back. Hence, she did not dare to advance too recklessly. Even so, the purple skeletons could only perish in front of her grim Reaper scythe. She was getting closer and closer to the Black Knight. The Black Knight's eye sockets were filled with purplish-black soul flames. His gaze was locked onto Kyra as he slowly retrieved the 5-meter-long spear from his saddle. The Black Knight was over 3 meters tall, in addition to the 4-meter-long and 2-meter-tall skeletal horse he was riding. He looked like a giant compared to Kyra. The purplish-black flames instantly rose on the spear, and the skeletal horse abruptly raised its hooves. In an instant, the air within the area enveloped by the purple light suddenly became viscous. Kyra also clearly felt her body suddenly stiffen. Following that, the thousands of purple lights seemed to have found their source, merging into the spear in his hand like rivers running into the sea. The purple light flashed. Like a bolt of cold lightning, it stabbed straight at Kyra. So strong! The moment the Black Knight made his move, the expressions of the Light of Dawn monster hunters changed. The aura emitted by this fellow had clearly reached the standard of a rank 9 powerhouse. Even if it was an early-stage rank 9, it was still a pure rank 9. Moreover, based on their experience fighting the Holy Guards, the strength of the Holy Guards could not be measured by their ranks. The strength of the Holy Guards could not be simply measured by their ranks. They possessed ancient martial skills that far surpassed experts of the same rank. Kyra didn't dodge. She had a partner behind her. If she dodged now, then Zhang Fangfang would be the first to bear the brunt. But it was also at this moment that a golden figure rushed into the sky from her side. As it rose, it turned completely purple. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended and bombarded in all directions. It was Sima Xian's purple thunder frenzy. Sima Xian wasn't helping Kyra resist the Black Knight's attack, but he was helping her get rid of the skeletons around her. She could face the Black Knight without any worries. This was the trust between the companions. They all believed that Kyra would definitely be able to withstand the enemy's attack. If it was Long Houchin facing such an attack from the Black Knight, there was no doubt that his Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield would immediately block in front of him. But Kyra wasn't Long Houchin. She didn't have such a strong defense. If she only defended passively, she wouldn't be able to withstand the attack that had reached the rank 9 level. As an assassin, her strongest point was her attack. Therefore, she could only fight back with an attack. Kyler took a step forward with her left foot. With this short step, a series of overlapping shadows appeared behind her. The Grim Reaper's scythe slashed forward. A gray crystal light gathered at the tip of the scythe and struck the dark purple light. In an instant, the air seemed to have frozen, and a strange scene appeared. A series of afterimages appeared behind Kai, and her whole body seemed to have become illusory, as if countless Kai were stacked on top of each other. Then, the Grim Reaper's scythe in her hand lit up. In the gray crystal light, the purple light of the Black Knight was extinguished. The black skeletons around Kyr were all blasted away by the purple lightning. At this moment, there was only one enemy in front of her. A huge figure rushed into the air. It was Sima Xian. He caught up with his ball of light in the air. He spread his spiritual wings and hovered in the air. The entire ball of light was glowing with purple light. Sima Xian's chest was also glowing with a dazzling scarlet light. Yang Wenjiao had replaced Sima Xian's position in time. He didn't expose any flaws to the team. After blocking the Black Knight's attack, Kyr's face was slightly pale, but she didn't stop. In a flash, she appeared in front of the Black Knight. She was so fast that it seemed like she had teleported. One must know that she was carrying Long Haochen on her back. But at this moment, it seemed that it didn't affect her speed at all. The Black Knight's spear flashed, and suddenly it turned into a sky full of light shadows that enveloped Kyr. At the same time, a circle of dark purple light rippled from his body. The halo was only 10 meters in diameter, but it seemed to have solidified on the ground. The purple light rose. The dark elements in the 3rd floor of the Tower of Eternity suddenly surged towards him. It felt a little like Long Haochen's Knight's charge up. However, Long Haochen's charge up couldn't be moved, but the Black Knight wasn't affected. As long as his body didn't leave the range of the halo, the charge up would continue. It would make his combat power even more terrifying. Kyr acted as though she didn't see all of this. Facing the thousands of spear lights, Kyr's body suddenly became illusory. The illusory figure was destroyed by the spear lights, and her real body had already appeared behind the Black Knight. The Grim Reaper scythe brought up a gloomy gray light in the air and went straight for the Black Knight's back. The Black Knight didn't turn around because it was too late. The end of the spear seemed to have eyes, and it pointed at the tip of the Grim Reaper scythe. Kyr's body trembled violently. In terms of spiritual power, she naturally couldn't compete with her opponent. However, the black spear was forcibly cut off by her Grim Reaper scythe. What was more powerful was that layers of light blades burst out from the Grim Reaper scythe, like a lotus, and completely enveloped the Black Knight from behind, not giving him a chance to turn around. The Dark Knight was also very valiant. He made a prompt decision, and at the same time as he got off his skeleton horse and charged forward, a dark purple light shield suddenly appeared behind him. The Grim Reaper scythe's attack power was so terrifying that in the next second, the light shield had already shattered into pieces and disappeared. However, it still managed to buy some time for the Black Knight. He turned his body, and the spear in his hand swept behind him. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and Kyr's body was instantly swept away. It wasn't that she didn't want to dodge, but that she couldn't. The moment the Black Knight attacked, the surrounding air suddenly froze, and her speed was greatly reduced. At that moment, there was a violent roar of thunder, and a purple light beam descended from the sky, blasting straight for the Black Knight. Sima Xian's purple godly thunder cannon was already ready in the air, and he was waiting for the moment when the Black Knight turned around to reveal an opening. He wasn't the only one who attacked. A loud and clear phoenix cry was hidden by the roar of thunder. The blue fire phoenix floated up, and behind the purple lightning, it rushed towards the Black Knight. Sima Xian and Lin Xian had already attacked with all their might. The purple godly thunder cannon and the blue fire phoenix were two of their strongest attacks. The light of dawn monster hunters would never fight alone. Kair had attracted most of the Black Knight's attention, so their attacks were naturally able to unleash their greatest power. Compared to 2 years ago, Lin Xian's blue flame phoenix had undergone an enormous change. First of all, its size was much smaller than before. When it spread its wings, it didn't even reach 2 meters, looking like a large bird. However, this blue fire phoenix was much more beautiful than before. There were no flames rising from its body, and its entire body looked like a complete blue crystal sculpture. 3 beautiful tail feathers rippled behind its back, and its entire body was covered in fine hair, as if it were a living creature. Its pair of eyes were shining and filled with the fierceness of fire. The Black Knight was indeed powerful. After sweeping away Kair, he attacked directly. The skeleton horse beneath him suddenly raised its front hooves, and its upper body rose up. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out a dark purple flame, which turned into a shield in front of it. However, how could its dark purple flame withstand Sima Xian's epic-ranked vigor pill of light and the evolved spiritual stove of purple godly thunder? The shield shattered instantly, and the purple godly thunder cannon bombarded the skeleton horse's body fiercely. In an instant, the skeleton horse seemed as if it had collided head-on with a thick city wall. Amidst a loud boom, it retreated explosively with the Dark Knight. The horse's head and the front half of its body were shattered, and the Dark Knight was flung off. When facing the leopard demon god Ozzy, Sima Xian had used the purple godly thunder cannon to forcefully block his opponent, and at that time, Ozzy was still in the demon god state. Be it the Black Knight or its mount, they could not compare to the leopard demon god in terms of strength. Naturally, they could not block this attack. However, the sacrifice of the skeleton horse did not come without a price. Although it was shattered, it also blocked most of the purple godly thunder cannon's attack for the Black Knight. Only some of the aftershocks hit the Black Knight. The Black Knight's body was surrounded by purple light, and its speed was slightly slowed. At this time, Lin Xian's blue fire phoenix arrived again. The loud and clear cry of the phoenix finally resounded through the 3rd floor of the Tower of Eternity. The Black Knight fell to the ground, pointed the spear in his hand forward, and a spear light pierced the blue fire phoenix's head. It tried to destroy it. However, the blue fire phoenix's body suddenly froze in the air. In the next instant, the blue fire phoenix turned into a blue light and disappeared instantly. It was a blue light that resembled a needle. Almost as soon as the blue light flashed, it pierced into the Black Knight's spear. The Black Knight clearly felt a huge threat. He let out a scream, and a strong purple light suddenly froze along with the dark aura rising from his body. A ball of light that was black in the center and surrounded by purple light lit up from his chest. His body also froze in that instant. Surrounded by the purple light, he stood there like a statue. This was obviously a passive defense skill, a bit like Divine Defense Block. In the next instant, the power of the blue fire phoenix spiritual stove exploded. The spear in the Black Knight's hand melted from the tip, and the blue light spread at an astonishing speed, reaching his arm in the blink of an eye. The Black Knight's spear and right arm actually vaporized in the blue light, and not a trace was left. The blue light continued to extend towards his torso, and there was a fierce conflict with the purplish-black ball of light on his chest. The power of the blue fire phoenix was too strong, and the terrifying heat caused the surrounding air to distort. Despite the obstruction of the purplish-black ball of light, the Black Knight's right shoulder quickly melted, and it continued to extend towards his chest. It was also at this time a mournful gray light slashed at the Black Knight's back. The Grim Reaper in the sky also shot out a ray of gray light, shining on the mournful gray light blade. The gray light flashed, and the purplish-black ball of light shattered. At the same time, the left side of the Black Knight's body also shattered. The blue fire phoenix lost its obstruction and immediately spread at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the Black Knight's body was completely incinerated. A ball of purplish-black flames came out of the Black Knight's head, and a somewhat sharp voice sounded. "Eighth Holy Guard at your command." With that, it turned into a ball of purple light and merged into the eternal melody on Kai Air's chest and disappeared. From start to finish, the battle didn't take too long. Even Kai didn't expect that they would be able to defeat the 8th Holy Guard so easily. Without a doubt, the biggest contributors to this battle were Sima Xian and Lin Exin. The purple, godly thunder cannon and the blue fire phoenix were the most important things to end this dark night. Kai Air herself didn't use her full strength at all. Following the Black Knight's death, the surrounding world of darkness suddenly became distorted, and the black skeletons also disappeared in this distortion. When everything became clear again, they discovered that they were already in the middle of a wide tunnel. This place was a little similar to the first floor of the Tower of Eternity, except that the surrounding pillars were all black. In the distance, they saw a white screen of light. Kai Air took a deep breath and nodded to Lin Xin and Sima Xian. At this time, the two had already sat down cross-legged. Sima Xian was slightly better off. He had the red dragon armor to reduce the backlash of the spiritual stove of purple godly thunder, but the spiritual power consumption was a little high. But Lin Xin couldn't. The power of the spiritual stove of blue fire phoenix was much stronger than before, but the backlash was also more intense, and the consumption of spiritual power was also extremely terrifying. One had to know that the opponent was a rank 9 powerhouse, and this rank 9 Black Knight would also melt in front of his blue fire phoenix. This was his strongest attack, much stronger than the Vulcan's finger. If it wasn't to buy time to save Long Haochin, he definitely wouldn't use the blue fire phoenix so easily. Sima Xian said to Kai Air, "Vice Captain, don't worry about us. We've already passed this stage. It's safe here. Let's stay here and recover our spiritual power. You guys continue forward. Once we recover a little, we'll catch up." In the Tower of Eternity, other than the light element, only Kai Air's death element could absorb enough elements to recover spiritual power. The others couldn't rely on the elements inside the Tower of Eternity to recover their spiritual power. They could only rely on magic crystals. At this time, Lin Xin was holding a rank 8 fire element magic crystal in each hand, quickly recovering his spiritual power. These magic crystals weren't produced by demons, but had to be dug out from the bodies of demonic beasts, because this was the only way to not have the dark element.